Good morning. Wait, hello? Oh no, all my settings are off today, girls. I was recording something this morning and I forgot. So all my settings are different. Let me just get this situated in a way that feels right. In a way that feels right. Okay. Good morning. All right. Welcome to today's Back to Basics. Back to your basic, okay? Yes, chat says I'm gonna pay off my car today. Congratulations. We love to see it. We love to see a financially savvy queen. We love to see it. Today we're gonna tackle gender based off of my spoons. We might have to do part 1, part 2, because to be honest today, girls, it might take all of my spoons just to cover the basics of the binary, let alone the non-binary. So I kind of think today might have to be part 1, tomorrow part 2. That's what I'm thinking so far. It just, now that I look at the conversation the way that it is, I'm like, uh-oh. And by the way, Back to the Basics is continuing next week. I've got like 4 other topics I need to cover just to give us another, refresher. Okay, let's start here. Just a reminder of why we're doing Back to the Basics. It's 2026. It's a new year. Let's go back to the basics of what our goal is, what our plans are. We obviously want better for people and less bad for the world. We hopefully, at least here, want to be introspective, extrospective, right? This is a philosophy channel first and foremost. We are trying to understand what it means to be a person, to exist. We don't even know why we're here, how we got here. I mean, we're learning, we're figuring it out, we're discovering, we're doing the science. We're discovering so much about what it means to be a person. And while we, figure it out, we're also like messing up pretty heavily. We're impacting the world for the worst. Things are going pretty badly, and we obviously know something's wrong. The problem is that everybody keeps trying to offer their solutions. And so I am one of the billions who are offering her own solutions. And it's, there's going to be pushback. So ask your questions, have the discourse, so on and so forth. Yesterday, I got a comment, a couple days ago, I had a comment on a video I did about Talia, which we're going to cover first. So first, let's do this. Okay, we're going to cover Talia, who recently went viral for wearing pretty. But reminder, our job is to deconstruct the bad, deconstruct the good, figure out how everything plays a role, and we're deconstructing beauty and ugliness and meaning and self. So when I go through all of this with you, know that the goal is ultimately to find truth and to find radical acceptance in the fact that we are existing as biological creatures. Remember, like I did in part 1 of going back to the basics, you have to first figure out what your fundamental belief is about existing. I think we're biological creatures, animals evolved on a planet, having an experience. So that means that whether you like it or not, some things are just true about our existence and or change how we interact with certain topics. So for Brittany, when I think about ugliness or prettiness, there's no offense to it because I've deconstructed the need to be pretty. And I've now focused on the reality that ugliness is a part of life as well. And there's nothing inherently immoral about being ugly. But if you are still in the part of your life where you're deconstructing beauty standards and you think there is something inherently wrong with being ugly because of the way people weaponize it against you or others, then I think sometimes the way I talk can be very triggering to people, which is why Talia triggered so many people as well. Because remember, she came out and said, I am pretty, I am beautiful, and no one's going to tell me otherwise, right? And then that triggered a lot of people, right? Here's Talia, okay? I'm going to explain to you because here was the criticism. Let's go through it really fast. Okay. To the person and people who wrote these comments, I love you. I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad you exist. I'm so glad we can go over your comments. And I might have to disagree with some of the energy sort of in these comments because I feel like there was a lot that was missed in my original assessment of Talia. Okay. Did I do all my disclaimers? I feel like I did all my disclaimers. Okay. Let me bring this up for us so we can talk about it because I think it's really important. Okay. So again, love the commenters, love the people. I'm going to answer your question statements. So this person says, personally, I find Talia stunning. Okay. Language means something. Words convey a lot, right? That's why we think they're so important. Okay. So I personally find Talia stunning. Now, when Brittany hears the word stunning, when my brain and consciousness hear the word stunning, I apply that to a very select group of human beings, but I love that they feel that way about Talia because interesting. Okay, I wouldn't say that's my lived experience of finding Talia stunning. I wouldn't say that would be my observation, but I think that's a valid perspective. But okay. Then they said, but that doesn't really matter. I support every woman saying she thinks she's beautiful. And if anyone flips out over a woman saying that, that's on them and they need to go out and touch grass. Fine. And so that's fine. And, okay, I agree that if anyone flips out because any gender of any person says I'm beautiful, like, why are you mad about that? But I think it's a little intellectually dishonest to think that's all that happened here. And that's my beef with sort of what's happening right now in the gender binary conversation. And understand this because I'm on a gender deconstruction journey. I personally do not identify as a woman the way some women are women. So I'm not having this experience anymore internally. Sometimes externally I have a woman experience, but internally I'm not having it the same way anymore. And so for me, it's really hard to see women on the internet, especially, push back and fight back and argue with each other in a way that just feels reactionary, no judgment, about deconstructing the patriarchy and looks, right? So we're going to talk about all that today. I know it's a mouthful, but stay with me. This chatter says, I'm still wondering about the offensiveness of the number system. I can accept people just are a certain type of attractive, but to put a number on it, it's so rigid. It's an unfair way of describing beauty, which is much more complex than the numbers 1 through 10. Though I think that can be true, I also find simplifying things can be very, very helpful. And look, every one of our brains is so different. So I think that's really important. I'm going to explain in numbers Talia's beauty and explain how I come to this consensus. And the reason I do this is because it's very helpful for me. And this is why I say philosophy really is a special interest in something I love. There's never a wrong way to ask what is love. And therefore, there's no wrong way to ask, like, what is beauty? You cannot ask what is beautiful enough times because the answer is fluid. Right? As is love. That's why philosophy feels redundant to people. They're like, didn't we talk about this already? Girl, sit down. We're going to be talking about it forever. It doesn't stop. We never stop asking the same questions. That's what philosophy does. That's what it is. Right? So I'm going to explain the scale in a second. Okay? This commenter, very passionate, love, sending lots of love. Too much to take apart, honestly, in this comment section, but they were pretty upset with me, which is fine, right? But they said, I don't believe that. I don't believe that her tone proves she's rage baiting. So I made the assessment that Talia is rage baiting and or grifting and or honestly just a deeply unethical woman who basically adheres to patriarchal standards while using anti-patriarchal language to win women over. Like she'll say in one breath, women, fight for yourselves. You're beautiful. No one can tell you otherwise. And then on the other side of her breath, all of her content is yelling at women. Okay, misquoting Black women. This is very important. And then, of course, also calling women low value and talking about high value men and then shaming women for body counts and then saying she is more valuable as a person because she has a low body count. So I think, again, it's intellectually dishonest to say people have a problem with Talia simply because she's a woman who says she's beautiful. I feel like that's so disingenuous. Like, that's not what's just happening here, right? So it's interesting that, again, are we not going to understand how these things play a role in how people judge you, right? So they said, so this person went on to say, they believe that because they post made them feel anger, that she must have been intention. That must have been her intention. They are wrong. Don't let misogyny get to you, Brittany. So now I'm being accused of being misogynistic. Fine. You think I'm being misogynistic. You also said at the very end, absolutely not, Brittany. Do not condone this behavior. Tearing people down, especially through misogyny, is not the answer. I could be misunderstanding you, but if you're truly condoning the behavior, I'm disappointed in you. I said in the stream, you know, look, if you want to make fun of the way she looks, like, you do you. It is what it is. Something like that. When I said that, it's not a stamp of approval. I'm saying you can do that, and that's your testament to your character. I wasn't condoning the behavior first, okay? This comment here says, she's referencing this Black woman that Talia responded to. Her calling a girl a pick-me is so frustrating. The label of pick-me girl has become a tool for misogyny, and this progressive woman of color is weaponizing it. Again, she thinks that because she's a minority, she can't be furthering misogyny, but she is. That part right there stands out to me because none of you came for the defense of this Black woman. The Black woman that Talia took out of context, lied on her name, she said things she did not say, which I covered in my stream. So now you are siding with a white girl whose literally promoting misogynistic talking points in her content, who's literally attacking women to go viral, and who's literally doing everything she can do to get closer to the standard, right? Where was the defense for this Black woman? And I'm just so confused why you guys are so upset about Talia being criticized, except to say that I think it rightfully and reasonably might have triggered some people. So it maybe blinded this group of women or people from understanding that I'm criticizing Talia for a very good reason. This Black woman is criticizing her for a very good reason. It's not just because we're annoyed she thinks she's pretty. That never would have been the issue. Drew Afawalo gets on stream all the time and talks about how she's pretty. Jackie Aina talks all the time about she's pretty. Okay, yeah, they are pretty. Nobody needs to humble Jackie Aina or Drew Afawalo because it's also followed by an understanding and a deep deconstruction about what it means to be a person. Talia isn't offering us that as well, right? Because Drew Afawalo and Jackie Aina don't have to throw people under the bus while talking about, you know what I'm saying? But Talia did that. She threw women under the bus while saying she's promoting support for women. I'll show you in a second, okay? So I understand why you think what I'm saying is what I'm saying, but I think you don't see me, and that's okay too. So let's talk about it, okay? Let's talk about it, and you guys can understand, because you guys, all of this is gender. So gender isn't just like who you are external, it's who you are internal, and it's also your actions and your sense of self, right? So like it's what you also do, but it's not also what you do based off of the arbitrary standard people created and said everybody must then do. So this is going to be a long stream. It's probably going to be a two-parter, honestly, today and tomorrow, because it's too much to talk about. And then, yes, for the second half of the stream, I will be talking about Dr. K, because once again, I think these women on the internet keep hearing him say things he did not say, but I can see why you said that. And I do not want to come off like I'm a Dr. K defender because he's a man. I just think that if and when we criticize people, we should understand the bubble they're coming from and understand why we're doing it. So I try to the best of my ability, offline and online, watch people in detail so I know what they're saying. In long form, especially, because if you watch just TikToks and these people aren't TikTokers, you're not understanding the idea around them. Also, if they're guests on podcast, different than the content they make themselves, right? So again, you can form a judgment how you want. I respect you, but I don't agree with your assessment and I think you're wrong, but I'm going to explain why I'm wrong or why I think you're wrong, right? Okay, now here's this video from Talia.
It's like what I went through, fucking triggering for me. Eating weight and like not being happy in your own body and like literally documenting every single calorie. In high school and growing up, I had so much confidence. And then when I went to college and I gained weight, I just fucking hated myself and I hated life because I literally tried everything. Nothing was fucking working. Like it would work a little bit and then I would gain weight and I'm like, how am I gaining weight? Like I'm doing more than I ever have. I just remember like thinking back to high school and how judged I was, like being confident and being loud and outspoken. Told myself like when you lose the weight, when you get a nose job, when you do all these things, be calm, never apologize for it. Never hold it back for anyone who judges you because they're insecure. I'm proud of myself and no one could ever take it from me again. I want that for all of you because I know what it's like to feel insecure and to hate yourself. I get it. If I was at that darkest point, seeing someone online saying that they're turning heads and they're confident, I would probably be really angry too. Now being at this point, I know it's a projection of how other people feel. I just want to say you're not alone. I love you guys so much. Follow for more and I'm going to post transformation videos so you guys can see where I've come.
Okay, that video's, oh my God, so sweet. She's like crying. She's really going through something. It's a really nice TikTok, right? This girl's a sweet girl, am I right? Wait a second. Let's watch more.
Shit, and I'm over here like, I fucking manifest. You guys are all talking your shit, and I'm over here like, I fucking manifested this. I get everything I want. Like, they have no idea. It doesn't bother me. Keep saying whatever you want. I do think you're really fucking weird. I still think I'm beautiful and amazing. This is such a lesson for everyone because it's like, why do you actually care? Even if I looked like the ugliest motherfucker you've ever seen and I was on here, I'm fucking gorgeous. Good for me. I live in my life and my body all day. Why do you guys care if other girls think they're pretty? You should want them to. So weird. Like, you're a loser. Love you guys. Keep it up. Mwah.
Okay, like she's trying to clap back at her haters. She's trying to feel herself. Okay, sure, girl, we get it. She also went from feeling insecure about her body. She's young, guys. She's like 21, right? So she's feeling bad about her body. She went to college, felt worse. So she took a like an Ozempic related drug. I don't know which one. She got plastic surgery. She did her whole thing. Okay. Right.
Participate in hookup culture, your worth is lower. Yep, sorry. If you participate in hookup culture, your worth is lower. Yep, sorry. You don't get to call yourself a Louis Vuitton bag when you cost $20. You don't get to say you're high value women when it costs you fucking meeting you at the bar. Same goes for men. You have 40 bodies. You're not rare. You're easy to have. So you're lower value. It doesn't mean you're a bad person. It just means you have a lack of respect for yourself. So grow the fuck up and respect yourself, because girls, especially, you're being manipulated into thinking you love sex and you love giving your body away and it's empowering for you to go home with the guy from the bar. No, it's not. It literally breaks my heart. It's so sad. It's so gross. And then you're like, yeah, I'm so miserable and anxious and depressed. No wonder. You're literally tying your soul to all these random guys and exchanging energies when you don't even know them. And you literally don't even know the first thing about them. And you met them drunk at a bar and then giving them the most intimate parts of yourself. Like, no shit, you're depressed. And then you spend all day talking about boys. It's like your favorite topic. Yet you're constantly just complaining, saying you hate men and you're miserable. You have to make different decisions if you want a different outcome. You're not meeting your husband and you hate all men because you attract the absolute worst ones because you're not being a great woman either. All men don't suck. Men are actually the fucking best. Boys suck, and you're not meeting any men because you keep engaging with little boys because you are also not high value women. And if you're one of the rare ones who actually gets this, then come join our community of girls, because it's just the best being surrounded by like-minded people. Honestly, like, thank fucking God.
I love my audience, and you are always allowed to criticize me, but you're wrong about this girl. Okay? We are not commenting on the fact that she can't think she's pretty. We're saying it's not as innocent as she thinks it is, nor the way you're getting defensive of her makes any sense. The way you are so busy fighting for her in the comments instead of seeing her for what she is, which is a product of white supremacy, a product of the standard, a product of everything we're supposed to be deconstructing and changing, right? She didn't do these things for her. She just said, right, in so many ways that she's doing it for the standard of patriarchy, which is high value, low value, right? She said, oh, it's not a judgment against you. It's just like you're worthless. That is a judgment, right? So I'm not saying that my commenters didn't have a right to feel a little defensive because when a girl says she's pretty, people really go after her. I'm saying be careful of the women that you are so aggressively fighting for, and understand that women, of course, can say they're beautiful. But I do not support Talia as a person, given her rhetoric. I'll show you more, right? Okay. I will say, though, that this goes back to what I talked about the MAGA Karens, where people in that comment section about Dean, by the way, using like sexism and misogyny at me, right? Calling me like a bitch and stuff like that, just to like prove a point. Hilarious, by the way. But like, I get what they're doing. They're trying to say like, battle Dean. You think you're so smart. You're probably stupid. Da 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 da. Brittany, don't be a Karen. Da 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 da. Like, I get it. They're mad at me because they think I'm siding with the MAGA women. I'm not siding with the MAGA women. I'm saying I'm sick of seeing women talk about being raped and everyone just keeps moving along like it's a debate point. I'm sick of people saying I was in domestic violence and just keep moving along like it's a debate point. I'm sick of people saying that like they went through something really fucking hard and everyone just keeps like, and I know Dean tried to like, but at the same time, he is a kid, and yet he's, you know, he still needs to be criticized. He's one of the biggest content creators. That's what I'm saying. You cannot be one of the biggest content creators and not be criticized. You also, you know, need to be held accountable as an independent voter. But it's funny that people can't learn to separate these things. So we have to do that today, guys. Okay? Because our goal is to really understand what's happening in the world. Not to generalize or just, you know, assume that every single person is having the experience you're having. So you projected onto Talia an experience she's not having. And you assumed things of her that were wrong. The original commenter who literally said this woman of color weaponized, you know, thinks she can't, you know, you went after this black woman who Talia, and I'll show you in a second, literally took out of context. I showed you last time I covered it, but I want to remind you in case you don't remember the video. But before I go into that, you have to ask yourself, why am I getting so defensive for a girl on the internet I don't know? And do I really understand her? And again, same with Dr. K and everything else we're going to cover today. And why? Because gender dynamics are ingrained in us from day one. And we assume that because this gender, this action means X. And I'm saying if we're really going to understand what gender is and sex or whatever else, we have to understand what it means to even be born in a body that's labeled and then told that this label means this action. And then we have to understand that what's the patriarchy and what's me. So, okay. Again, when we go for the rating systems of 1 through 10, those rating systems, when we go through those rating systems, there's the patriarchy 1 through 10, white supremacy white through 10, global white through 10, and sort of all-encompassing white 1 through 10. These are different scales, and they have different results. So nobody is saying there's an objective 10. We're saying the 10 changes based off of the standard, but that doesn't then say that a 10 doesn't exist. It just means it exists in the category of like the standard, the construct, right? Okay, one more video. Here's this one on body count.
To men because you care so much what they think. Yeah, I'm telling you, what actually impresses a guy and attracts a high value man is being a virgin, not giving your body away to a million guys, having a low body count. Yeah, it fucking matters. Your body is literally your temple, and that does determine your worth. If everyone can have something, the worth is low. The value is low. You don't just get to give your body away and have a roster of men, never work on yourself, text guys, let them use your body, and then be like, I know my worth and I love myself. No, the fuck you don't. You have to act on it. You have to show up as that. And it is hard. It is difficult because what feels good in the moment? The validation and the attention. But what feels good in the long term and will actually attract your husband, your dream man, these men who want to spoil you and give you the world and genuinely love you for you is respecting yourself. And that's what feels good long term, is having a stable partner to do life with.
So like her parents obviously voted MAGA, right? She's wore the Star of David. Her family's very wealthy. She's a Nepo baby. They're MAGA, right? They're definitely conservatives. Right? She talks about being a Nepo baby. She shows her dad spoiling everybody. Like, you can put the clues together based off of what she looks like, what she wears, what she says, and you can be like, okay, I'm getting a clear idea of your bubble, right?
Someone who really gets
or she's grifting using every ChatGPT talking point to make these videos.
You to your core, someone who wants to be with you, wants to have kids with you and start a life with you and morals and values. Yeah, and shares your
Okay, is that her mom in her background saying, and morals and values? Is that her mom screaming in the background?
Dreams and morals and values with you. Like, thing that you should be striving for.
So now she's not just grifting, she's recording this in front of family or friends and they're agreeing with her. So now we know it's not even a grift. It's her family values. Right? I didn't hear that before. So now I know, because I didn't hear that voice before I chose this video. I just watched the first beginning to give an idea of her perspective. So there you go. Even I'm shocked. Oh, there's that confirmation we were looking for. Right?
Life is not a man to like you and tell you you're beautiful and want to get with you, but is a man that actually wants to grow with you and to improve with you and to live life together with you. Not someone that you have to fucking play games with. Are we 12? Like, if you have to go back and forth with someone, pretend you don't like each other that much, be nonchalant and mysterious, like, that's not your person for life. That's not the person you want to spend the rest of your time on this entire earth with. Like, girls.
And look, maybe she'll change. I was a virgin at 22, so I hear her, but I was, that wasn't gonna last that very, like, that ended it, at 22. But like, the whole point is like, maybe she's just a girl born in a conservative bubble and she's just kind of like, expressing that. But also keep that in mind that when we criticize Talia in the first video, that's what we're criticizing. That's what we're seeing. That's what that black woman was seeing when she criticized her. She's like, look, girl, okay? And that's what I'm saying. So for my commenters to be like, Brittany, I'm so disappointed to hear this. Like, Brittany, how did you miss it? How did you guys miss the thing? And I want to know that from you. You think I missed it, and I'm looking at you like, how did you miss it? And look, we all miss stuff. I missed Amber Heard, Johnny Depp. I think you're missing Talia. But if you think you're still correct, you can let me know, right? But I feel like it's so obvious, right? Now, okay, this video is what I'm talking about, remember?
Women made a hate video about me saying I'm not pretty and I'll never be pretty enough.
So that's the premise, right? She says, this woman made a video about me and said, I'm never pretty. I will never be pretty enough. When that woman was making a larger commentary on the beauty standard and saying, though Talia is getting on the internet and saying she is pretty, she had to do things to her body to be that standard of pretty closer to like basically like whiteness, right? The standard of what is attractive. She lost weight. She got a nose job. She did XYZ. That's fine if she had done those things after deconstructing the expectation, because I do think you can do that. I think you can get a nose job and want to be thinner or fatter or whatever else once you've deconstructed. But all the woman was commenting on, all the original woman was saying was like, hey, you know, we've seen this before. We know what this is. But then Talia gets up here and twists the narrative, right? Because she's probably conservative, and that's what conservatives hear. So you have a progressive woman talking to a conservative woman and a progressive black woman talking to a conservative Jewish woman, right? The conversations are completely specific, right? Okay, so now look at this video. Oopsies.
So mad at me saying I fit the beauty standard. It's not about my race. Like, what? I did not fit the beauty standard before.
Okay, pause. This is her before. Okay, now as this video plays, I'm also going to talk about the rating scale. Okay, so this is her before. Okay, this is her before. Now, I don't know if this is like last year or when she was a teenager. I don't know how old this person is, but I'm going to assume she's an adult in this photo. But maybe not. She said when she went to college, she was an adult, because when she went to college, she realized she felt this way about herself. So I think she is in college in this picture. Okay, this is her, right?
People are getting so mad at me saying I fit the
Okay, this is her now, right?
beauty standard. It's not about my race. Like, what?
If I told you or asked you to rate Talia on a 1 through 10 scale, not under white supremacy or any of those other things, but just in general, what would you give her? Okay, I'm going to teach you how my brain works because I think it will be very helpful. Okay, let me hold up.
Did not fit the beauty standard before.
Okay, this is how I do it. Okay, this is how I have the conversation in my head. Okay, if I I don't think of who is a 1. I think of who is the prettiest person in their prime. So I also think prime, because we're human beings, we're in our primes. We have primes. The primes are not when we're 14. Okay, red pillars would be like, your prime is when you're 17. Your prime is not when you're 17. In my opinion, most people's primes are around 28 to 35. Okay, that's usually, in my opinion, when people are there, you know, the height of their pretty and or into their 40s. Okay, I think I'm prettier now than I've ever been my whole life, and I'm 36. Okay, I think I was the prettiest between, 29 and now that I've ever been. So that's how I think of it first in my head. Then I go, okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, I think of the prettiest, most beautiful person in their prime, and I put myself at like a 5. Though I think I'm a 5, that's ugly, cute, ugly, hot. So you either think I'm an ugly 4 or you think I'm a hot 6, but I'm probably a 5 then. That's how I do the rating. I'm not comparing myself to a person who's a 1 because those people don't exist. They're not real concepts. I mean, they are real, but they're not important. What's important is the prettiest person, the most attractive person, the most think of the most beautiful person in their prime, a person that when you see them, you're like, oh my God. Okay, 10. When I look at Talia, I think she's a 5 unconventional here, and a 5 conventional after, and a 7 gay. Queer, 7. Okay? Beauty standard, like the most prettiest person on the planet, she's a 5 unconventional, and then a 5 conventional. I don't think she went up a rating. I don't think she got prettier. I think this person here is a 7 though in the queer community. By the queer scale, for sure. And that's, again, the prettiest person. Because so in order to prepare for this stream, my partner and I went and we looked up like top 100 most beautiful women on the planet. And we scrolled through every one and gave our ratings. And we rated in 2 ways: our personal rating and what we think like the most beautiful person. And then we rated everybody else based off of that. And that included Margot Robbie and Halle Berry and Jennifer Aniston and all the celebrities, and all these people. And again, our rating versus like next to the most beautiful person. And the most beautiful person, by the way, is deeply subjective because we don't have access to 8 billion people on the planet, or I guess 50% of that number. right? So then we have to be very careful that we're not also rating these standards based off of like white supremacy. I am not, my partner and I, when we're rating these things, we're having a safe conversation in a safe space that allows us to have a conversation that is actually so much fun. It is like the most fun conversation. And I want you guys to all get there if you want to. You like, if everyone's serious about deconstructing beauty standards, there's a very fun conversation to have about beauty that is like really safe to have in the right space, right? Where like you can look at them and be like, next to this person, I'm like here and it's not gonna hurt your feelings. So I think chat, did you try, what did chat say? Hold on. I saw it earlier, right? Damn, that feels so harsh, a 5. Are you saying it feels harsh to call me a 5? Right? Like, are you saying that? Because I don't feel that way about myself. I just feel like, yeah, that makes so much sense. I do not think that's harsh because there's nothing wrong with being a 5. 5s are just like right there in the middle, normal, average, right? You said you're way too cute to be a 5. But why do you think that? And what does that mean? Compared to who, right? Who is the most beautiful human in their prime you can imagine? Most beautiful woman in their prime you can imagine. And then do you think I'm closer to that than or right in the middle, right? So like, again, I think my partner's obviously very attracted to me. They find me very beautiful, right? But they even said, because I asked them, I was like, rate, and they go 5. And I was like, 5. Because they know exactly what I'm talking about when we're talking about the rating scale. Because again, I'm ugly hot. You either think I'm beautiful or you think I'm ugly. You either literally, when you're that category of person, you're playing a different beauty game in the world than everyone else. Nobody sits there and questions whether the most beautiful person on the planet is even beautiful. It's just automatically yes. But the fact that people have to wait and pause, the fact that people would be embarrassed to date me because I'm not pretty is the testament to what I'm talking about. And I get it. If I went on, you could take like, okay, if abuser Brad Pitt showed up to a party with me on his arm, the world would be like, what the fuck? They'd be like, I don't get it. But when he shows up with Angelina Jolie, people are like, oh, I get it. But if he showed up with me, it would be confusing. Even though his girlfriend, I think, is 10 years younger than me. So he could show up with a girl 10 years younger. And now misogynists and red pillars would say, well, Brittany, it's because she's 24. But that's not true. Because he could show up with Angelina Jolie, who's certainly not 24 anymore. And they would be like, oh, yeah, I get it. Because Angelina Jolie is one of the most beautiful women who's ever existed. Right? Even if you don't think she's a 10, she is one of the most beautiful women who's ever existed. Okay? That we know about. Obviously, there are probably prettier people technically, but we don't, that's who we're using as people we know. Right? So when we have these conversations, right? So next to Angelina Jolie, how pretty am I? You know what I mean? And in case anyone has forgotten what Angelina Jolie looked like in her prime, because the prime is very important. Okay. Just in case anyone forgot. Hold on. I gotta find she's been in Hollywood too long. There's too many pictures. Okay. We can bring up this photo. We can bring up this photo. This photo. Hold on, guys. Give me a second. This photo. Okay. So just examples, right? Next to Angelina Jolie. Okay. What is my number? Okay. And that's how I think of it. I go, okay, pick the prettiest person we can think of. And then like kind of figure that out without hurting your feelings. Don't hurt your feelings. Okay? This is fun. We're having fun right now. Okay? We're having this is fun. Whee! Okay? Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Okay? Just gorgeous. Okay? Now, it was funny. Well, we were having, literally, just absolutely gorgeous. Just absolutely gorgeous. You know what I mean? Just beautiful. Okay? When we were having this conversation yesterday, we were scrolling and we would have very similar reactions where we would start be like 6, 5, 4, 10, 12, a billion. Like certain people would show up on the list and both of us would be like, oh, a 25, a 20 billion, right? Like, and that was kind of fun too, to see how like we rated and had the conversation. So we'd be like, okay, on our scale, like a bajillion. You know what I mean? And then it would be like, oh no, I disagree. Like this. I'd be like, okay, the standard though, next to the prettiest person, this person's probably here. Right? And this isn't too humble. Did I say we? Wait, what did I say? This is fun. We? Would we have this conversation? Wait, now I'm thrown. What does the we mean? Tell me. Did I say we? Now I'm double guessing myself. But it doesn't hurt my feelings, right? To have this conversation, to say like, okay, this standard and like this standard, right? Okay, let me see. Chat says, honestly, every time these kind of conversations are just brought up, I think of what is beautiful through the lens of so many communities. What it means to be beautiful ends up meaning nothing, but it doesn't end up meaning nothing. So this is the problem. It doesn't end up meaning nothing. Just like consent doesn't end up meaning nothing just because we can't agree on how to get good consent, right? Like it means something. Everything means something, right? We know what food looks like. You guys ever watch food shows and presentation is a part of the judging? You guys know you cannot just post your food photos on the internet and have them go viral. You have to make them look aesthetic. Now, here's the dilemma that happens in the world. And I'm going to use food as the example because it hurts people's feelings less. Okay. Let's talk about food dishes. So, okay, we rate how food looks. You can't just post a food photo on the internet and people are like viral, right? You create a standard and you notice people really like this standard. Okay, this is my table full of food. Okay, this actually, no, that's going to be confusing. This is the standard based off of what people click on and what people share. So now this becomes the norm. So now food pictures that fall and the extreme of both ends, right, don't necessarily fit the standard, but could in their own right be just as unique or ugly. But this is what everyone ends up, that's why everything ends up looking the same. So people don't just build the standard because of white supremacy alone. People build the standard because people gravitate towards it, plus white supremacy, plus misogyny, plus XYZ. But even in queer communities, there's a standard of aesthetic. Right? In the BDSM dungeon, I noticed the average beautiful, like the average standard is like very, it's just a very average place. So like you're like a 5. Let's say the dungeon is full of all 5s. And I had this realization, okay? Because when I was like in the dungeon, I would look at my friends would show up, like girls would show up to the dungeon and they were like 7s, but people treated them like they were 10s. And I was like, what is happening? And it's true. In the dungeon, since everyone's like a 3 to a 4 to a 5, when a 7 shows up, you think Angelina Jolie just walked through the door. And that's why there's a standard of expectation that nerd communities look a particular way, or poly or queer people look a particular way. But that's because they're often not people spending much time engaging a lot of beauty standards. They're spending all that time investing in collectibles and plushies. Or BDSM gear, which costs a lot of money, PS. And because it's not a priority of ours to need to look, because we already are attracted to each other, we don't have to set a standard of like a certain aesthetic. But if you go and shop with the girls at Lululemon, the standard changes. But the beauty standard exists even out of those spheres. And again, it goes to the idea of like pretty food. So again, like the standard of what is good food and what looks good is cultural, okay? Culture, yes. Okay. Bigotry, okay. Bigotry, yes. Okay. Desire, yes. Okay. And status, okay. Yes. Now, can you deconstruct all of these things to actually build a standard that can actually rate a 1 through 10 that doesn't require you to depend on these things? I think you can. I think you can. And that's the conversation I tried to have with my close family and friends. That conversation. It takes a lot of work to have it though, because you have to catch yourself at every second while you judge, and you have to call out your own bias. So when I would be rating the women and I'd be like, oh my God, 15. And then I'm like, wait, that's my own bias. I don't know what she looks like. I can't help it. She's so pretty to me. I don't know what she looks like anymore. Because, you know, you have that internal, I have a very particular kind of aesthetic that I like, a very particular kind of beauty that I like. And it's really hard for me sometimes. And that's why I think it's very hard to have this conversation, because you do have to say, outside of culture, outside of bigotry, outside of desire, outside of status, what is their number? And that's really, really hard. We know you don't have to be pretty to find a partner. We already know that, right? So then what are we talking about? If we know you don't have to be pretty to be a partnered, then we know there's something more than pretty. What is it? What does it mean when I say you don't have to be pretty to find a partner? When women get on the internet and say, ugly men find wives all the time, what are you saying? You know exactly what you're saying. You know exactly what it is when you're watching a very beautiful woman in an interview and they pan over to her man and he looks the way he looks and you're like, oh, okay. If you love him, what do you think all of that language means? What are we saying? We're saying we notice. Okay, what are we noticing? That's the conversation that I think is really important. Chat said Selena Gomez and Benny Blanco. Look, okay, that's what we're saying. We're saying, oh, you know what, girl, if you love him, and if you love him, he's probably a 10. And that's the point. You love him, so he's a 10. But let's divorce your love from it for a second. What's my number? And then what is the number? So you take the most attractive man that you can think of at his prime and Benny Blanco, where does he stand? Okay? And I'm saying there's nothing wrong with being ugly. There's nothing wrong with being pretty. There is and can be baggage attached to it. All of these negative things attached to it, right? But it's our job to deconstruct it, to have these conversations in a safe space. You know what I'm saying? And that's the point. Can you get to the point where we can have this convo? Discord said, Halle Berry's a 9 or 10 to me. Well, I'll tell you this. Look, as we were going through the list, the moment Halle Berry showed up, Angelina Jolie showed up, the moment like certain people showed up, we were like, oh, like 15, 20, 25. Like we were just like, obviously, at their prime. Okay, but that's our opinion. Then we said, okay, up against the most beautiful chart. And then that was different. So like Halle Berry to me is like one of the most beautiful women who's ever existed. And yet, if I then looked at her at a chart of the most beautiful person in Halle Berry, it's hard to say, maybe an 8. And by the way, 8, 9, 10s, guys, are beautiful people. Like, this is no joke. That's why when people go, oh, I'm an 8, I'm like, you're an 8? You're 3 points away from the most beautiful people? Angela Bassett? You think you're in the realm of Angela Bassett at her prime? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you think you're Angela Bassett? Like, again, with peace and love, no judgment. But also, hello? Like, again, no, like, I'm not trying to say, anything about you. But yeah, it makes me go, you're so sweet. But like, it's like if these streamer boys showed up, it's like if Asmongold showed up and he's like, yeah, I think I looked like pretty similar to Brad Pitt in my prime. I'd be like, you know what I'm saying, girls? Come on now. Come on now. You take any streamer boy on the internet and they'll have the audacity. Why do you think Hassan is considered so hot? Even though if you look at Hassan long enough and he is attractive, he is not the hottest guy on the planet. He's just the hottest streamer boy. Just like my friends were the hottest girls of the dungeon, but you know what I mean? Compared to the prettiest girl in the world, they were, okay? That's what I'm saying. Like, when we have these conversations, we have to really think of which standard we're even appealing to, and there's no judgment about it, because I think at the end of the day, this just like, it's all a specific conversation you're trying to have for a specific goal. So how do you humanize people, show dignity, show all of these things, and talk about how obviously beauty standards or beauty relationships, like, they can matter. We can have relationships. We can have a relationship to this conversation that isn't going to ruin our day, right? So going back to Talia, like I said, I don't think she is any prettier before and after surgery. I think she stayed the same amount of pretty, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? Okay, let's continue watching this video.
And I've been the same race the entire time. I was overweight. That's the number one thing. 2, I had a bigger nose. That was another big thing. I changed certain things. Now I do. I noticed the difference in the way I'm treated. I wasn't kidding about going out in public and saying that people stared at me and it made me anxious. And I stand on that. And yeah, sometimes it does make me anxious because I'm by myself. But being 2 completely different versions of myself on the outside, but being the same inside, and being able to notice the difference in the way people treat me, I clocked that shit. And sometimes it makes me overthink and it makes me anxious, and that's me being real and vulnerable. And just because my vulnerability doesn't equal your insecurity doesn't mean that I'm not being authentic about it. Love you guys.
Okay, so she doesn't understand. Okay, so she obviously had an experience that was real, right? There is a true experience people have between being a bigger and thinner. And yet, some of us don't even have that experience. Now, some people, when I talk about this, some people are like, oh, Brittany, you weren't even that heavy though. Like, you weren't even that heavy. But hold on, while she plays, let me go try to find this photo. I should have gotten it ready before. Let me play this video here, and then I'll go try to find it, because I need you to know that my experience was different than even other people's experiences, and I think there's a reason for that, okay?
Julia Breyer girl is not even that she seems to be arrogant or is rage baiting. It's that she's using white supremacy to do it. And white women need to start clocking that shit for what it is, and much faster. Because a lot of the defense that I'm seeing of her coming from white women, like in comment sections, is some version of, well, she said she fit the beauty standard, not that she is the beauty standard. Like somehow that matters. I guess y'all have to be hit over the head with a brick to understand this, because somehow we all collectively understand that there is a white Eurocentric beauty standard that women are shoved into that is reinforced and created through patriarchy and white supremacy, and that's a problem. But somehow her trying to do everything she can to fit that mold isn't a problem.
Okay, it's only a problem depending on why she's doing it. If she thinks because brown skin is ugly or fatness is disgusting, well, now we have a problem. If she thinks bigger noses are too masculine and gross, then we have a problem. If she's doing it because she's like, I just feel more confident and I feel beautiful in my skin, okay, less of a problem. Okay, I found the photo. Let me show you this photo, and I'm going to talk about it right now, okay? Because I think it's really important. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up for you. Hello. Okay. So on the left, I'm at my heaviest. Okay. Which I think is 20 pounds heavier than I am right now. And at the right, I'm one of, not my lightest, because obviously in my early 20s, I was very light. Obviously, I was very thin. This is just after the weight loss. So all my life, I was skinny and skinnier than both of these photos, like skinnier than the skinnier photo. So when I was really young and I had just no fat on my body, I was like 107, 110. Then I got up to like 120, and that is the picture you see there. That's like Brittany at 120. Okay. The one on the left is Brittany at 160, 65. Right? Okay. And so again, when we see these pictures, that's just after the weight loss. But okay, here's the thing. The Brittany on the left didn't see a decrease or change in her dating options. I did see a difference in how people reacted to me after I lost the weight because they were shocked, but I didn't really see a really big change. And a part of it was because I wasn't heavy my whole life. If I had been heavy my whole life, I think my life would have been different. But because I was thin my whole life, my experience was different. Okay. You know, when you were a girl in my age group growing up, you always wanted to be a 0 or a size 1. I was that girl easily, right? That was always the goal. Okay. Now I don't even think about pant sizes. At this age of 36, I don't even think about it. I do not care what size my clothes are. I care how they look. I don't even process it as important. But I remember being that girl that didn't want to tell people if her pants got bigger than a 0 or a 1, right? And so when that's your life and that's what you're thinking of, right? You're thinking about these low numbers. You're thinking like, I don't even want to be a size 7. God forbid, I'm a size 14. You know what I mean? You're thinking about that stuff. Okay. And I'll tell you when it hit me. I'll tell you exactly when it hit me. I was in New Orleans with friends, and I was on one of my road trips, and my friends flew in to meet me at the same time. And it was so fun. And we were all trying on dresses. And the lady said, what size are you? And I said, I'm a size 2. And she tried to put the dress on me and it wouldn't fit. And I was like, and she goes, hey, I think you're a size 6. And I was like, I hadn't realized I had gained so much weight because I was living my life and I didn't see a change. People weren't treating me differently. I was vibing. I mean, some people on the comments of my streams would say, you're fat now, I'm not going to watch you. But I didn't really think anything of it. I didn't internalize it at all. And so I just didn't know. And then she tried this dress on me and it didn't fit. And I was like, okay, can I still buy the dress though? And then I did buy the dress, and it's like one of the cutest dresses I ever owned. Hold on, I don't think I have a picture of it, but if I can find it, it's so cute. Oh my God. And so like when we have these conversations about looks and feeling pretty and aesthetic, you know, we're going to look and feel pretty depending on how much work we've done to have a relationship with what the expectation is. And so I ended up losing the weight. That is a decision I made, okay? I ended up losing the weight, and I got to the weight I was on the right. I'm heavier than that now. I'm about 20 pounds heavier than that now. So I'm right in the middle of those two weights right now. And I still feel pretty okay. I mean, right now I'm trying to firm up. I'm trying to like do a body transformation this year for funsies. And then I'm probably going to let it go because it's not that deep. You know what I mean? I can't find this photo. I don't know where it would be. But if I find it later, I'll post it somewhere because the dress was so cute. It was very like vintagey looking. Anyways, when we have these conversations, I think we have to understand like really why. We have to go to the height of it. Like I look like an alligator when I gain more weight. If you are a crocodile, if you know, you know, right? I think that also I look like that because of my teeth, and I look like that because that's just like the animal I look like. People just like look like animals. You know what I mean? Right? Chet said, how are you so curvy now and you were a size 0? I have no clue how women's clothes work, for the record. I was really young. So you know when men say women are prettiest when they're young? I was really young. I didn't have a woman's body at all. I mean, no like fat had entered my soul. Like I had no fat on my body. I was just the thinnest, skinniest. Let me see. Hold on. I must have an old photo of me when I was really young, but I just didn't have anything going on. And I think it's like genetics, really. I mean, I didn't do anything. It wasn't like I was working out or something. I also ate a very particular way. My parents didn't have frozen food in the house. We weren't eating fast food. We were eating home cooked meals. We mostly ate Assyrian food. Like all of that plays a role in maybe how I was raised. My parents also were incredibly fat phobic too, because a lot of their family suffered from obesity. And my dad had gone through a weight loss journey. And so there was a lot of negativities to growing up in like a West Asian household where, you know, fat phobia is really rampant. So maybe it's like that where, I don't know, like there's a lot that plays into this is what I'm trying to say. All of it is a different era of your life and what you're eating and how your life is going. And it's just, oh wait, is this the picture of the dress? Oh, it is, but there's somebody else in it. This is the dress. Oh, I want to show you this photo. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, it's so cute, but hold on. Give me a second. How do I do this? Okay. Isn't it so cute? Isn't it so cute? But I think I'm prettier now. I was younger there and I was 20 pounds heavier, but I think I'm prettier now. You know, I just think, look at me. Look how cute I am. See, Talia goes, I'm pretty. I'm telling you right now, I think I look beautiful today. I think I look so attractive today. I just think I'm so pretty today. Not the same thing as Talia then saying, and your body count makes you lower. Girl, okay, like I feel really good today. You know what I mean? So when we have this conversation, it's like, why do I feel prettier today? I'm more put together. I don't have insecurities about my hair or my nose or my body. I'm really happy with my life. Like, I was really depressed here. I was self-harming here. This Brittany in that photo, she would hit herself when she was frustrated. Very autistic meltdown, right? Like this Brittany was eating her feelings. That's why she had gained weight in that particular way, right? Like that Brittany was so depressed. You know what I mean? So for me, like I feel like I'm so much prettier. You know, Chad says, I think you can tell you didn't look as happy. Yeah, well, I didn't. And look, I know there's that stereotype of like, you think skinny equals happy. But the truth is like, it doesn't. Even when I was very, very skinny as a young person, I was also very miserable, right? So like, I never want to buy into this narrative that skinny means healthy or happy. I always want to buy into a narrative that says human beings are dignified and therefore there's so much more to them than just the simplicity of their aesthetic. And yet how you look can matter. Because if my friend, again, stops showering and it's been 6 months, that's going to play into how they look. And how am I going to show concern and love for my friend if I don't comment on the way they look? Hey, bro, you're looking kind of fucked. Everything is about the way you look. So the question is, can you eradicate from yourself the need to judge looks through culture, bigotry, desire, and status? And can you then judge what someone looks like? Not to condemn, but to categorize, right? Can you categorize this thing without the bigotry? And I don't think most people can. And I do think the people that were really defensive over my comments about Talia aren't doing it either. Because I promise you, I don't mean anything negative when I say she's a 5, who's still a 5 after her body transformation. I'm glad she feels like a 10, but I do not think she's any more significantly prettier. And I hope, if anything, that reassures people that her before picture was just as pretty, because it was. Actually, if you want to go for Britney's preference, I prefer her before. Like I said, I'm queer, and on a queer scale, she's a 7. But if she's straight and like she's just like, you know, the standard and the standard next to the hottest woman, because like, even in queer standards, the changes are different. So queer hot is so, think the L word. You know how the L word, every woman is hot, and the L word, well, not every woman is a 10, but a lot of women are like 8s, 9s, whatever. It's because the standard is different, right? And like next to it, a straight woman can be comparable, but yet even that changes via bubble. And then there's the one zoomed out altogether. So then it's like queer bubble, standard bubble, next to the hottest person on the world bubble. Next to the hottest person in the world bubble, even the gays would be all over the place. If anything though, gay people might just, I don't know, they would be contenders, right? Because a lot of people are gay. A lot of people are queer, right? Chat said, aren't women generally very skinny in the L word? Yeah, they were generally pretty skinny in the L word. That doesn't mean they weren't pretty. That's the other thing. Just because they're all pretty women doesn't mean fat women aren't pretty. It just means like in that show, it happened to be the skinny pretty ones. Again, fatness is not an indicator of ugliness because it doesn't automatically, skinniness does not automatically mean you're pretty. But it does according to the standard in fatphobia. On a fatphobic standard scale, it always means that. And I'm saying it doesn't always mean that, right? So we have to think about that as well. Like, where do they land? Where do they land? Chad says, no, yeah, that they are pretty, but I think queer standards tend to include broader ranges of bodies. Not in the lesbian community. Not the lesbian community that was the L word. Like, remember, these TV shows also only feature a very specific standard because it's still Hollywood. So, like, they are a very specific lesbian bubble in that show. And there were some larger women in the show. They just weren't prominent, right? And they even, I think, from my memory, tended to be women of color. So like there's something to that, right? So again, okay, when we have these conversations, it's like, okay, again, I think, let me finish Talia and then I'll talk about something else in a second.
Be stupid, because if you actually think about it, it literally has no benefits for you, especially as a woman. You're literally giving this guy exactly what he wants and then begging to basically be played. You like the game of him giving you absolutely fucking nothing. There's no bar anymore. I actually think it's a reverse bar because you want to be treated like shit, but it's all a fucking brainwashed lie, okay? Life is better when you actually set high standards and you're like, I'm not gonna accept that. Who the fuck do you think you are to treat me like that? I'm a princess, I'm a queen. I deserve the fucking world and more. Suddenly, when you have high standards, guys have no choice but to measure up. I've never been played. I don't even enter the fucking arena to get played. Do one thing that's fucking around and making it seem like you're not taking me seriously. Bye. What the fuck? Like, I don't need you. I'm good. Like, if you will add something to my life, great. If not, great too. Bye. I already have everything. And that's the brat mentality. That's really the mindset you have to have, is like, I'm gonna accept nothing less than the fucking best. So sayonara, bitch, if you can't give that to me. You're welcome. And
okay, do we get it? Are we processing? Is it like, you know what I mean?
And you should be respecting it. And that includes who gets. Your body is literally a temple. And you should be respecting.
Wait, did we already watch this one? Now I can't tell. Wait, now I can't tell. Okay, here's this woman.
Breyer conversation is very interesting. I saw the Talia Breyer conversation is very interesting. I saw a creator make a video saying that if you were the standard of beauty, you wouldn't have to fight to be included. And that brought something else to the forefront of my mind of that girl.
Which, by the way, you remember that chatter the other day who was a little frustrated with this topic, and they said like you talking about it is just like it doesn't feel wise because you're like closer to the standard of beauty. I've had to fight too damn hard against people accusing me of being ugly as fuck for me to like, you know what I'm saying? It would be pretty outrageous for me to get up here and talk about I'm the standard of beauty. Yes, I am closer to the standard of the white beauty, which I don't even care about. So for the record, when I think of standard of beauty, whiteness is never what I think about because I've deconstructed the white beauty standard. Have you? Have you deconstructed it? Because again, when we're talking about like who is pretty and who is not pretty, everybody's pretty. But if we're talking about like, are you the prettiest person? I don't want to talk about whiteness because I don't give a fuck about your racism. But if you're talking about white supremacy standards, then we have to talk about it. But there is a scale in which we can put people in categories that does not take whiteness into consideration. So you know what I'm saying, right?
It's pretty because that is the standard that white people have to put forth to make everyone else believe that they are the standard of beauty. It goes to the Taylor Swift effect that a lot of people talk about.
Yep.
Taylor Swift is achievable and she is relatable to a lot of white women, so that's why they love her. She's not overly beautiful, overly talented, overly much of anything, but she is someone that you would see all the time. You probably know a girl who can sing just like her in your neighborhood and looks similar to her. She was probably in your school's theater program. Same thing with Sydney Sweeney. You cannot push.
Okay, so Sydney Sweeney came up on the list yesterday. And when I was looking at the list of women that I think are like 1 through 10, again, considering the most beautiful person on the planet, I would put Sydney Sweeney at like a 6. I don't think she's that much prettier than me. Which would be crazy. Right now I'm going to get all these comments like, how could you say that? You're so ugly. Da, 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 da. Fair. But I think if you really look at her, she's obviously a very pretty girl, but she's not that pretty compared to the most beautiful person in the world. You know what I mean? Like, she's beautiful. There's nothing wrong with her look, but she's not, okay? And that's why I feel like, why are we having this conversation? Like, we don't know. And again, with the Taylor Swift thing, Taylor's so pretty, but she's not the prettiest woman in the world at her prime. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, she's pretty. I love her. I'm sure if I was dating her, I'd think she was the most beautiful woman who ever walked the planet Earth. But like, what are we talking about here? And again, not because you're ugly. I'm not saying you're like ugly bad. Like, saying you're ugly isn't even bad. That's the problem. How can we talk about deconstructing beauty standards if I'm not allowed to be ugly? If I cannot say, oh yeah, like I'm ugly, and people are like, yeah, you are, then I don't think we've eradicated beauty standards. You know what I mean? Because I'm not using it as an insult. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying like, yeah, like, okay. You ever see an ugly dog? Do you know that ugly dogs get adopted less than pretty dogs? Do you know that? And yet we still adopt ugly dogs, but at a less rate. So I'm telling you right now, if we know what an ugly dog is, you know what an ugly person looks like, because we're all animals. We're all animals. And yet there's nothing wrong with an ugly dog. There's nothing wrong with an ugly human. You're allowed to be ugly. And also, you're allowed to be ugly and still be the most beautiful person to the person who loves you, or still be considered attractive, or still considered all of these things. You can be ugly and still be the best, whatever. You could be a model. You could be other things. It's not about valuing ugly as like less than the spirit of the person.
White women who are too overly beautiful, think of Jennifer Aniston and how she's pushed. White people absolutely believe in representation, and that's why they make the average.
Jennifer Aniston came up on the list as well. For Britney, at her height, I think Jennifer Aniston is like a 12. I love Jennifer Aniston. Next to the most beautiful women in the world, 7, 8, depending, 7.5. But like me, Britney, I think Jennifer Aniston is beautiful. I just think she's so beautiful. So it depends. It just depends on next to, and again, that's how I do the rating. Who is the hottest, the most beautiful, and not hot like sexy, like beautiful, and then put her up against, you're like, okay, I see it. Okay, I see it.
Woman, the standard, the movie star, the actor. And extremely beautiful white women are usually only saved for modeling or extremely niche roles. Think my girl Angelina Jolie. Because then people will look around and just see a bunch of average looking white women and realizing that, oh no, these are just also our elites. Black, brown, Asian people have to push forth their baddest bitches all of the time to prove and strike a petition that they can be beautiful. Even if the standard of beauty within our own community isn't necessarily that. That's why that conversation of when black women and non-white women are always like, why do white people tote like this celebrity as the standard of beauty over this one? It's because they have to continuously rationalize their beauty as being the standard of beauty. So yes, women like Talia walk around thinking that they're absolutely the most beautiful woman because that is what society tells them they are. And she is interesting to look at. And she technically does have all of the features other than blonde hair that most people would associate.
But and this is another part of it that maybe you don't like, maybe you don't want to talk about. Though she has all of the features, her face put together doesn't actually put up her ranking. You can have all of the typical features and still not be the most beautiful because it's not just features alone. It's how they fit on your face. You know that trend that really triggered people, but I absolutely loved, where it was like, I have all the features, but this is what it looks like. I get that. I really love those trends because I'm like, yeah. And I don't know if it's my autism that loves it, but I was like, I get it. I get it. Like I get, because it's like when I make food, right? It's like when I make food and I put all my favorite ingredients in the food, but it comes out bad. But why? I put all my favorite flavors, chocolate, cayenne, salt, garlic, blah, 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 blah. It's like because they didn't go together. I mixed them wrong. I did it wrong. But they're all great individually, but together, blah, blah, blah. Okay? So again, like when we have these conversations, I would never look at somebody and try to demean them as a person by saying you're ugly. But when I say you're ugly of spirit right now, you know what I mean. Okay? And it just feels, again, like I love this conversation, but I agree we cannot have it. Okay? We cannot have it until we have and deconstruct the conversation around that standard to begin with. Why do you feel less attractive when you gain weight? Is it really because like you think fatness is ugly or because you don't like the way you hold it? I'll be real with you. I don't love myself when I'm bigger. I don't think I carry the weight well. And I think it adds a proportion to my body that makes the clothes I want to wear not sit as well on my body. I also find that when I'm just not worked out, it's also not my favorite. So that's why I'm back to lifting weights. I found that the best way I felt in my body was one that also had some muscular definition, was like a little stronger. I really want to get bigger, but I want to get bigger in a little bit more masculine way. So also that's, counterintuitive to the standard. So you could say the standard is feminine, but obviously Brittany, me trying to be more feminine has never been who I was. Like this is as feminine as it gets. Okay. This is as far as I'm going. Okay, I'm not Megan Foxing this shit. Megan Fox, beautiful. I'm never going to look like that. And I'm never going to feel good like that. That's not who I am, right? That's not my vibe. Okay. But again, that's the other part of it that I think is interesting too. How much free will in the universe could you even have if the body you're put into and your personality that you were born with kind of dictates the way you even move through the world? That's why you have to like really deconstruct it. I asked my partner yesterday, I was like, how much plastic surgery could I have to look like Angelina Jolie? Could I ever attain it? And we both started laughing and I was like, I'm just going to need a new body. And that's the point as well. Angelina Jolie is not attainable through plastic surgery. She didn't need it. That was the point. You remember when everyone was accusing her of plastic surgery? She didn't need it. She's Angelina. And that's kind of the point, as far as I know. I never get any confirmation she got it. But even if she did, holy shit. But I don't think so, right? I think that was always what Angelina looked like. So that's kind of the point. Is like, yeah, I'm never going to look like her. That doesn't mean I'm less than her. But that does mean she won some level of genetic lottery. Okay? Think of Angela Bassett. Do you guys know what Angela Bassett looked like in her? Oh. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys, I feel like you cannot look at her and say like, oh yeah, like just a person. Like, maybe we're defining people different. Like, okay. Angela Bassett in black and gray. Okay? You know her. You know her. You know her. You know her. And if you, maybe you don't know her. Okay? Did you guys see, oh my God, love her. Did you see her in The Witches? This is her when she was younger. How pretty is she? Oh my God. Oh my God. Literally perfect. Literally perfect. Who am I to walk among her? Oh, literally perfect. Okay? She's just like the most beautiful human being. And I just look at her and look, 9, 10, whatever, she's not a 6. That's the point. 9, 10, you can even say 8, but I would argue with you. Okay? But I would say definitely not a 6. Okay? Definitely not a 6. And that's the point I'm trying to get you to understand. Like, it doesn't matter how you feel about yourself, which is beautiful. You can feel beautiful next to, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, I see it. I get it. I get what's happening here. I understand. It's you know, I'm processing. You know, and it's not to hate on you though. It's not to hate on you. It's to say that like, okay, that's okay. She's beautiful. You know, and again, like, you know, oh my God, these pictures, all of them are so good. You know, it's just like, okay, what are we talking about here? Like, what are we talking about? Now, listen, my personal standard, I think Angela Bassett is like a 25,000. A 25,000. Okay? I just think like top of the top of the top of the top. Against the most beautiful people in the world, nothing below an 8. I don't even want to hear you say it. Because you know, again, based off of the limited population access we even have, because God knows the most beautiful people on the planet have probably never been seen by the internet. We probably haven't even seen them yet. You know what I mean? And that's the other part. Okay, now to whiplash you back.
And I would never date a broke man. That is so fucking pathetic as a man to be broke. That is your one job, to provide and protect. And you're gonna let me pay for anything around you? No. I would not even be friends with a guy who makes me pay.
Okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, where is Talia? Where is she? Can you figure it out without bigotry, without white supremacy, without any of those things coming to mind? Without the culture, don't think about white supremacy. Just looking at her next to the most beautiful people on the planet, where is she?
Pay for stuff. You're a man, bro. And you're gonna watch a girl buy a coffee in front of you? You don't have $7?
Hey, chat, very self-aware, says a bad personality makes people look so ugly to me. I'm already biased. Yes, it does. And that's what racism is. That's what bigotry is. That's what everything is. That's why the beauty standard has to be deconstructed. You're right. It is within my brain as well to think less of her beauty because she said what she said, because she is this personality. So what I have to do is, okay, put that aside. Yes, she's annoying. Put that aside. What is she? Okay? Can you do that practice? Again, we're going back to the basics today. Can you tell your brain, I'm aware that I have this bias and prejudice. Do I have the ability to put it to the side? Because most people don't think it exists. They're like, this is just objective. You're ugly. This is just objective. Brown people are less pretty than white people. It's not objective. You have a bias and a filter. I'm saying, okay, if you eradicate as many filters as you can, what's the answer? And still understanding that the ultimate filter is our brain. So you can't even eradicate the filters all the way, but you can take a lot of them away. Take away most of the filters and then have the conversation. Okay? And that's the point.
Like, no. Also, a broke man would never want to date me because I would fucking make more money than him and he would be intimidated by me and then start little competitions. I know how it goes. I know the fucking rules of the game. Let's be real. No high.
Love an Epo baby talking about how much money they make. Love that. She probably makes money. Okay. 4 to 5, 5 to 6, 7, at least a 7. How interesting. Very generous of you. Like, again, like, when we have these conversations, okay, they are, yes, based off of our bias, okay, but yet next to Okay. And again, it's not a competition of like, I'm a 10, so I'm better than you. You're not better than people because you're prettier. You are not better than people because you're prettier. But I see that you're prettier. Okay. But you're not better than me because you're prettier. But I can see that you're prettier. And can you do that? Can you divorce better than because prettier than? And then this becomes a lot of fun. This becomes a lot of fun because it's categorizing. Which color of blue are you? All shades of blue are beautiful, but some shades of blue are different. Because when you can do that, it becomes really exciting, like really fun to categorize people and to have. Now, you might not actually like doing this though, to be fair, but I do. I really love it. You know, it's just so much fun for me because it really like hits that category desire in my brain to put things into bubbles, right? Chad says, am I supposed to be rating her on her looks or what she's saying? Because maybe she's a 6 in the face, but her words and messages are so boring and basic, it makes her like a 4 to me. Great question. Exactly. All of it. When you are sitting and deconstructing and going back to the basics of what it means to be a person on the planet, you have to understand that we are, you know, imagine you're going, okay, this is how I see life, okay? And this is your job, okay? We are going through life, okay? Oops. Boop, beep. We're going through life. Here's our little line. Okay. And as we go through life, okay, we start to, here's us going through life. Oop, oh. Okay. Well, I don't know what's happening here. It looks like I'm just gonna, okay. No. We're starting again. Brittany. Why do I keep drawing? Okay. This is us. That was hard. Okay. When you go through life, you start to pick up a bunch of information. Okay. A lot of it is helpful and a lot of it is really bad. Okay. As you move through life, you have to figure out what to keep and what to get rid of as valid and real. Okay. And a lot of that has to do with what people look like and how we should judge them based off what they look like. There was a TikTok going viral recently. I don't know the context, so that's why I didn't bring it up today, but just the premise of the conversation the woman is having secondary to the initial situation. So if you know it, if that's fine. But this woman made a response that I thought was more interesting than whatever initially happened. She wanted to counter this idea that unhoused people deserved partners because there was an implication that unhoused people don't deserve love. And I think that's really interesting and coincides with this idea of a broke boy. Do people who make money or are struggling, do they deserve love? And once again, stop caring so much about love. Like love in this sense, partnership in this sense, which we're going to talk about in terms of gender next section about Dr. K and boys. Stop, okay, assuming that the only solution to the loneliness epidemic is a partner, which by the way, Dr. K is the only voice I've heard not saying that's the solution. Scott Galloway, all these other men are saying the only solution is for men to get out there and date. And Dr. K, contrary to what the internet thinks, is the only person I keep hearing say to men, your job is not to find a girlfriend. Your job is to better yourself. Okay? So I don't care if you have a girlfriend or how to find a girlfriend. I'm not going to help you find a girlfriend, right? I'm going to help you have a better relationship with yourself. Okay? That's what we're doing here, right? When we have and come to judgments or make I remember, I can't tell you how many people I've talked to where they're like, oh, I'm not biased or prejudiced. I was like, you're not biased or prejudiced. They're like, no. And I was like, you do not treat people differently based off the category of person they are. They're like, no. And I was like, there's not one particular category of person that you tend to treat a little differently. And they're like, no. And I'm like, uh-huh. And then like you look at this person and it's like so obvious that they literally treat people specifically different. It's like when you talk to your father and you're like, are you sure you're not treating your daughters differently? Are you sure that when you raise your sons and daughters, there's not a difference in how you're raising them? They're like, no, I raise everyone the same. Are you sure about that? Okay. So, right, both my YouTube chat and my Discord chat just said everyone is biased. Exactly. So in which way are you biased? So when you think about beauty, so when you come at me in my comments and say, Brittany, I can't believe you went after this Talia girl. Don't you think it's wrong that the internet is criticizing her? Sure. But do you see why she evoked an emotion out of people on a multitude of layers? Do you see why men hated her? Because they hate to see women say she's pretty. And obviously it evokes some desire for us to say, oh, you decided to put a rating on yourself? Let me join in. And then the women who are progressive saying like, this girl's giving white supremacy. This girl's giving judgy. This girl's giving misogyny. Like, can you not see? So then it begs the question, you know, what is the point of fighting patriarchy if you don't also deconstruct how women are raised and react in patriarchy. So again, going back to MAGA Karens, I can see from a human perspective outside of politics, I empathize with your rape. I'm so sorry that happened to you. Next day, hey, do you want to have a conversation about ICE agents shooting U.S. citizens and kidnapping people off the ground? Yeah, I would love to have that conversation. Yeah, I think it's philosophically evil to do this to people, to terrorize people in this way. Right? And then we can have a conversation about ethics in terms of government intervention in harassing people who live in America. And then we can say, I think you're upholding patriarchy and white supremacy, and I think you're doing all these things. Okay? These are very serious conversations, but they are not the same conversation. One is from a human perspective of empathizing with someone's direct harm done to them, rape. And this is us having conversations about harm that happened to other people who are not us. And that's why we have to be careful about how we even talk about the harms happening to other people that aren't us, because it is happening to somebody. You're talking to somebody. You're talking about somebody. So when you get on an interview with Dean and you say, well, I was raped and I have to think about how I was responsible. And he goes, it wasn't, are you saying you're responsible for your rape? And they're like, well, I could have done something about it. He, in the moment, tries to have like a sympathetic, empathetic perspective, but can't because he's so busy in the content brain stuff. And I don't blame him. But the fact that he even included that interview in a video titled MAGA Karens, I trigger MAGA Karens, I give it to his liberalism and his youngness. I'm giving him an explanation for why it happened. And yet people in his comments were like, you're disgusting for siding with this MAGA Karen. You're the bad person. You're the liberal. So again, the solution here is not to support Atalia and her beliefs, but to understand any person anywhere can absolutely think they're beautiful. But how you go about expressing that, it's going to change the way people react to you. And the same way a man showing up with a microphone on a podcast saying like, I'm a smart man, you know, I'm the prize, is going to make people go, are you the prize? The moment you make a declaration about yourself, people are going to be like, are you? And look, some of us do it strategically and some of us do it because we think it's factual, right? The difference is here, are you understanding that nobody forced you to post content? Like, once again, guys, I don't know why regular people are posting content, okay? Including even some people I know in my life. I'm like, stop posting content unless you're going to run a business. There's no reason for regular people to be out here posting content and to not understand like the scrutiny of people is going to come for you. And it could ruin your potential of future jobs and future relationships. And, or if you're willing to use the internet like a diary, get ready to process that you just shared your most intimate struggles with the strangers, which I used to do on the internet. I don't do it anymore because I learned I don't think this is helpful. Now, there are ways to have these conversations that are helpful, but it's very dependent. Okay, it's very specific. Okay, so the reason I wanted to go back to the basics as we move into 2026 is because as much as I think people have good intentions about, quote, dismantling the patriarchy and white supremacy, I don't think you're as good at it as you think you are, in the same way I wasn't good at it, in the same way I think I was 5 years ago. I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, sorry, oh my God. We can only get better. But if you already think you're great at it now and you need no notes, then what are we talking about? Oh my God. Whew. With that said, let's now take a break. When we come back, we're going to cover the videos you guys desperately wanted me to cover about Dr. K going viral. And a lot of women, a lot of progressive feminists were mad at him. And I'm going to explain to you why I think their analysis is poorly done. And then I'm going to explain to you why I'm really not trying to sit here and defend a man so hard. But I'm trying to say that, like, I really don't like when people criticize things they don't understand, like the full scope of and or some of the scope. Because again, it changes things drastically when we talk about rehabilitation and doing work, like making the world a better place. So let's pause. We'll come back. We'll have that conversation. Okay? Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Let's pause Elvin's music. 1, 2, 3. Okay, give me a second to prep because I actually have to pull up all the videos now. Any comments, any thoughts? Chet said new song. It's still Elvin's music. It's just further along on the playlist. I realized I kept only getting to the first half of the playlist every time. So I started it on the second half. So you guys would hear like different Elvin songs. Chet says we use our biases to move through the world faster. If we had to process every scenario every time, like it's the first time encountering it, then we'd be so inefficient in our interactions. Exactly. But that gets scary because when you shortcut, that's when you make the mistake of like the bigotry or whatever else, okay? So that's why I say like when you are being meditative, when you're being philosophically sound, when you are engaging in deconstruction, it should force you to not take shortcuts, okay? Also, you know how I said Talia looked the same to me? Like I liked her before plastic surgery and losing weight more. Like I'm more attracted to that aesthetic generally, but I don't think she became hotter, thinner, or with her plastic surgery. Okay, remember how I said that? I feel the same way about myself if I got a nose job. I'm almost positive that if I got a nose job or tried to look different than I do now, I don't think it'd make me any prettier. If anything, it would just take away the thing that like is kind of unique, like to me, and it's not worth it. So when we make these decisions, I'm not wrong for considering a nose job, and I'm not wrong for not getting it. I'm not wrong for saying honestly, unless it made me like incredibly hotter, I don't care, because like it's not going to change anything. And again, I think my face is like I think I look, fine. I look really pretty, but like also I don't need to be hotter. So again, like when we have these conversations, it might be uglier, but it doesn't impact my quality of life. And that's what matters to me is like, would me being prettier impact the quality of my life? Definitely. Would me being the same standard I am right now impact my quality of life? No. So unless my nose job would guarantee me to be much prettier to improve my quality of life, and that includes emotionally, by the way, obviously how I feel about myself. That's like the number one point. And then secondary financially or whatever else, then no, there's no point to doing it. You know what I mean? There's just like, what's the point? Okay. And that's how I think about it. So again, we always want safe spaces to even have these conversations in the first place. And the problem is like, we're almost not allowed to. We're not allowed to have a safe space to have these conversations. Okay. Let me start to pull up these videos. Give me a second because I need to also go to YouTube and pull up this video. Okay, give me a second. Watch leader list. Oh, but see my teeth? I want to get rid of these gaps in my teeth. I want to fix my teeth if I can, if it ever is in the budget. Because again, budget first, because more important than teeth, money, okay? So like, eventually I'd like to fix my teeth and I think I would feel more confident and I think I would feel prettier and I think it just change my life for the better. But, even people are like, no, don't change your teeth. Don't tell me what to do. Okay.
Women, I think, don't need men.
Now. The rise. And I suspected.
Hold on. Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Okay. And then let me pull up this. Okay, very important. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. These can't be all the videos. There should be more videos here. Okay, this video, okay, this video, this video. This video. Maybe not this video. Yeah, we'll pull up this video, 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 this video. Nope, not that video. That is for tomorrow. Shh. Okay, hold on. This video. This video. This video. Oh my God. Why do I have so many videos? This video. This video. So many videos. Okay. Not this video. Uh-oh. Wait. Something happened. Something happened where they denied me opening certain videos for some reason. Hold on. I'm getting cock-blocked by my own... Whoa, I haven't said cock-blocked in so long. Why did that video not open? Interesting. Why didn't that video open? You were denied permission on this server. The fuck? Not that video? Oh. I wonder why I did that. Okay, hold on. Huh. Okay, it's okay. I'll figure it out. Let's focus on these first, and then we'll go back. We'll work backwards. Okay, give me a second. Okay, we'll start with this video here. Okay, let's try to do this. Oh my God. This is all the prep I do before. I do like 3 or 4 hours of prep, but it takes, I can't open 45 windows on my computer or the computer will slow down. Because I'm working on a fucking egg. Okay. Otherwise, I'd have to have like 1,000 tabs open just to prepare for stream every day. So that's what I'm doing right now. Give me a second. Okay, almost there. Okay. Okay, I think I got it. We'll have to play around a bit, but I think I got it. Okay. Okay. Let me pull this up. Let me pull this up. We'll start here. Okay. All right. So for the second half of going back to the basics and talking about gender. So we're still within the binary framework. I think this part might take a while. So maybe tomorrow we'll do part 2, non-binary gender fluidity, the actual crux of getting down to gender basics. Because right now, in order for us to have this conversation about going back to the basics, we actually have to talk about where we are right now. And where we are right now is there's a loneliness epidemic, there's a gender war, there's everything that always was. It's just now we're talking about it on TikTok and we're having this conversation, right? And when we have these conversations, we have to first establish like where is the standard of introspection and deconstruction? And then how do we get to a better place, which is the goal? So the goal, in my mind, for Brittany, is to aim for a society that does not create inherent judgments or assign action to gender. And of course, we'll talk about race and everything else in the future. But for today, gender. Meaning when children are born, there's not an expectation of outcome because they are said gender. There are obvious, because I think we're biological creatures having a biological experience like existing on planet Earth. I do believe that we will all naturally fall into specific categories that will then put us into different actions. But I don't think they'll be based off of this binary male or female or men and women or whatever you want to say. And so the goal, hopefully, is to eradicate this desire or need to assign futures for children once they're born just because they're a child. Well, taking into consideration that the nuances of the baby and how they're born into the universe might then, you know, like you could say, oh, Brittany's had this personality since she was a kid. She was always going to end up this way. Sure. But it's not because I'm a woman. But also because I'm treated as a woman in the world, I do have stories that are similar to other women. And yet, as I move along this gender deconstruction journey, honestly, the more I hear women talk, the less I identify with them. And the more I hear men talk, the less I identify with them. And then the more I hear anybody talk, the less I identify with them as a whole. But yet we have shared experiences. So externally, my experience, I relate to you. Internally, my experience, less so. And this will go to tomorrow's video about like, what if we all just have our own genders, which we'll talk about, or like, what is gender? So I agree that externally I'm having a very similar experience, but I no longer internalize it as my experience. And this is a very interesting conversation to have. So let's have it. You guys really wanted me to review this video and this topic. So I'm going to use this trending topic to have this conversation with you. Here we go.
I realize a lot has already been said about this interview, but I think there's one more clip that's worth watching and discussing, so let's do that together.
That affects our lives that we have no control over. For example, because of the dating and mating crisis, we no longer have sexual connections, emotional connections, and there's a part of the brain that is getting starved because sex is so important. So there's something missing in our lives, and that's what is necessary for addiction to grow. And this is creating huge problems because it's sort of like if I fill up your stomach with unhealthy food, you don't have any micronutrients, but you're not going to crave broccoli. So that's what's happening in our society. We're using porn as a substitute for relationships. And that's creating these really strong societal pressures, including a mass extinction event. Because we've got 32-year-olds who do not know how they're going to ever have children. Men are getting really, really angry. There's like this incel movement. Like women feel safer with a wild bear than they do with a man.
So this is very much the alt-right pipeline, and the
Pause. Okay. I understand that I live on the internet in a way that nobody ever does. And I understand that I have consumed like so much content compared to the average person. And I understand that my special interest is watching everybody. I also understand that I'm a flawed person and I've definitely had bad takes in the past. Okay. So moving forward, I would like to have better takes based off of a really deep understanding of what I think is happening and what I think is right or wrong or towards a goal. So in the past, when I tried to cater or speak to or in any way engage in the male communities, the boy communities, I obviously had to change the way I spoke to be in that club because language is very important. In the same way that I would change how I spoke if I spoke to an all-female community and female, male. We're going to be a little redundant with language today, but bear with me. Because the audience is different. And the audience is different because our external experiences create that deviation in action, okay, and expectation. This video already, just things I've noticed, okay? The video is an edit. The video is a preview. The video has music. The video is clipped. The video is for promotion. It is not Dr. K's content. He's a guest on somebody else's. He is not owning the narration of this video, and everything about it is branded towards a specific boy bubble, which is meant to evoke a certain emotion out of the male audience to then attract them to this content, right? So as a media consumer, I do think it's a part of our job to understand the format in which we are engaging with this content. Dr. K short form is not good Dr. K content. His best content is long form, and I watch a lot of it, okay? He makes 4-hour streams, and I watch them because I think they're really fucking good. But if you watch a 4-hour stream versus a 20-second clip, you don't know Dr. K's work necessarily. Now, if Dr. K was a TikToker, that'd be different. But he's not a TikToker, is he? He's a YouTuber and a psychiatrist. Okay? So that's different, right? Now, the Diary of the CEO does this thing that's really annoying. They'll have Dr. K on, and in the bio, which these women pointed out, it will say loneliness expert. And everyone's like, what the fuck does that mean? Dr. K is not a loneliness expert. He is a fucking doctor. This is his website. Dr. K, as he's known to many online, is a Harvard-trained psychiatrist and lifelong gamer. He's the world's leading expert on modern mental health issues. Now, I don't know if this is like a fluff because that's how the world works. With a focus on the effects of technology, his expertise spans video games addiction, very important, creator mental health, the restorative power of community support, and more. His qualification is very important here. He also does feature his wife in his little like, who is he? And I think that's really cute and important because she works with him as well. But I think what's more important is that he doesn't call himself a loneliness expert. That is done by Stephen Bartlett, by the Diary of the CEO. It's done to bring in the type of audience that watches this content, which, by the way, is incredibly, incredibly, incredibly important. Okay, it's so important you pay attention to who's watching the content because it changes the way that people speak on these platforms, right? Okay, we'll get into that in a second. Here we go.
Reason I know that is because I'm very familiar with church culture, very specifically fundamentalist church culture and the way that these people think. And let me just tell you, they're the same picture. Everything that this man said is something that I have heard in the church, including the criticism of porn, including the idea of SMEX as something people need. Anytime that things start to sound like something I used to hear in church, I know that people that are watching this content and taking it seriously are going down the alt-right pipeline. Starting with the whole things are out of our control thing, this is not only a defeatist mindset, it's also like the precursor to like Boone and anchor his argument in a place that can't be argued with. It's basically a false presumption right out the gate that this is something that people, and even more so specifically men, cannot control. That's a scary thing to say, and that is not a factual thing to say, because truthfully these things can be controlled, maybe not in the way that we want, but the truth is women have come out with their standards and the ball is in men's court. They can either decide to live up to those standards, or basically both sides are going to decide not to date each other. That's what.
Okay. Dr. K would not disagree with what she was saying. I disagree with her assessment of Dr. K. Dr. K has always made it clear the job of a man is not to find a girlfriend. The job of women is not to cater to men. I'll show you his clips because I think this is important for people to understand. I understand why some of the most leading voices of women are angry at Dr. K right now, and a lot of men are trying to pander to him too. I'll show you in a second. But again, he is not Jordan Peterson. He is not alt-right, but he is trying to save men from alt-right, or trying to help them at least, which means he's going to talk in a way that first validates their fears and then course corrects. Because look, outside of red pill talking points and your evangelical church, sex is important. And we are facing a birth decline. And it's not going to be easy. I agree. The birth decline is not necessarily a negative, but if we're having a real one, we all need to get ready for that, because I know people don't think about it because it's not in the forefront of their mind because you're just so focused on dating. But then we do have to put structural things in place for it, guys. Retirement, mail delivery, how things get allocated out. Like, we do have to think about all those things. So that is also true. And Hank Green kind of talks about this where he's like, hey guys, the birth declining thing is like kind of important, but not in the way you think. And yeah, so we need to think about that, right? Okay. Also, yes, chat says, I don't know if she looked into him, or if I feel like she did not look into him because he's not a Christian. And that's the problem. He's not a Christian, doesn't come from a Western background in that traditional sense. He literally gets made fun of by Christian white guys all the time. White liberals are always questioning his credentials because he's brown and believes in his own spiritual practice. Like, that's the problem. Dr. K is not a white guy. He's coming from a completely different perspective, and he's trying to integrate it into the Western philosophy because he sees the benefits of it. And that's what's so exciting about his work. He's the first person to bring spiritual practice into medical practice in a way that's really, people are really hearing. He's the first guy who can get access to the Sneakos and the Gamer Bros and the Destinies and everybody else. And though I don't think it helps the direct streamers, it might help people in their audience, right? And that's worth it because he's an adult. He's different than a Hassan, who's a streamer who hasn't taken on the responsibility of being an adult. He's different than me, who's not taking on that responsibility. Me talking to Sneeko is not helpful. Him talking to Sneeko, helpful. Okay, helpful. She's also autistic. Okay, great to know that she's also autistic. Okay, we love that. Look, I like a lot of her content I've watched and I've liked. So I just want to say that too. I've watched a lot of her TikToks and I generally have enjoyed her content, though I think she and I are not women in the same way. I really can't explain it to you guys. I don't feel like I'm the same kind of woman she is. I don't think I'm a woman in the way other women are women right now. I'm really going through like a huge gender deconstruction. It's really changing my whole perspective on all of these conversations. And the more I do hear women talk about being a woman, I'm just like, okay, and I love that. But like, this doesn't feel, maybe because it feels reactionary to me. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. Do I feel less like a woman because women are being so reactionary and I don't find it to be helpful? Or do I just find that as I get closer to my deconstruction, I'm just feeling like less related to that particular experience? So when I have the conversation, I'm also trying to figure it out for myself, which is what I'm hoping for all of you. Because again, when we get down to the basics, we're just trying to be better people. We're trying to be less bad people. We're trying to help people. We're trying to love people. We're trying to build a better world. Like, when we get down to it, we're just trying to understand ourselves more in the world. So that's why I these women who are holding themselves to these high standards, well, then that's going to make me want to hold them to a higher standard, which means that I'm going to need you to do more than base a whole opinion on a 15-second TikTok, unless you're just right. Like, back it up if you want to back it up. Sometimes I can watch a 15-second TikTok and be like, I know what's happening here. And sometimes I'm right, but sometimes I'm wrong. And when you're wrong, you got to fix that, right? Okay, let's talk about it.
What's happening, but it is not outside of anybody's control. Women have done the part that they can control, and the ball is now in men's court, and it has been for hundreds of years. This is nothing new, by the way. This male loneliness epidemic, the fact that men are not dating or mating, whatever, all of this is within men's control, and men are making an active choice, by the way, just as women are saying, these are our standards, this is what it would take to date us. There are many men out there that are actively saying, I will not rise to these standards. I will actively stay exactly where I'm at because I don't want to do that. Are they angry about it? Are they afraid of being alone? Yeah, those things may be true, but again, it is in their control. And by the way,
Discord said, I think she doesn't realize he's speaking to men in and recovering from red pill manosphere stuff. Yeah, I don't think she gets that. So I don't think a lot of my audience even gets it sometimes, because Dr. K, his whole thing is the incel guy, right? And Jordan, by the way, Jordan Peterson tried to be the incel guy, but can we all agree he is not the good? We need somebody who's willing to do the work to help the incels. Jordan Peterson tried, and he was the worst thing to happen to men, right? He did not help. He made it worse. Dr. K, I think, is making it better. I think he is. I think Dr. K is what Jordan Peterson wanted to be. And I think there's a reason why Dr. K isn't as popular as Jordan Peterson. And I think it's white supremacy. I think it's Western values. I think he's an Indian man who was a monk and did meditation and believes in alternative science along with medical science. He's spiritual. He's not an anti-vaxxer. He's not, all these things. And I think that's what's throwing people off is you keep trying to make him Jordan Peterson, but Jordan Peterson is Jordan Peterson, Dr. K is Dr. K. They're not the same category, right? But they are both trying to help incels. I just think Dr. Jordan Peterson is like the worst thing to ever happen. He's not helping. And I just think Dr. K is better. Katie, membership for 8 months, says, remember to like the stream. Loves, remember to like the stream, girls. Okay, here we go.
This is the exact way in which men have been manipulating women.
Well, chat says, I wasn't aware the target audience was incels. It's gamers, incels, neurodivergents. He's called Healthy Gamer. That's his tag. He talks to streamers and gamers. That's Dr. K's audience, right? He's trying to help boys who are in this bubble, right? He doesn't appear, he's not worried about gym bros. He's worried about gamers, Yeah, and he's not grifting his monkness like Jay Shetty. Notice Jay Shetty lied about being a monk and gets so popular. He's so fucking popular. Dr. K doesn't lie about it, really did the work, and everyone's like, The reason I don't think Dr. K is as popular is I think he's authentic. I do. I think he is joyful. I don't think he's fearful. I think he is progressive, but he doesn't state it. He doesn't use progressive language, and he doesn't exactly tell you his opinion, but if you listen to his real work, his actual channel, it's pretty obvious to me he's pretty progressive. But I can understand why he can't say it, because if he does, it might turn the same boys he's trying to help, it might stop them from listening. And that's why when he goes on these podcasts, he doesn't talk the way he talks on his channel. He talks like a little differently, which he should, because 99% of the audience watching Diary of the CEO are men, which is going to play into my criticism of these women in a second, but let's get into it.
For hundreds of years, they've been saying these are our standards. If you can't cook, if you can't clean, if you're not a virgin, etc., etc. Put a pin in that virgin thing, by the way. If you don't take care of yourself, like visually, if you don't work out, like we're not going to date you. And women have acted accordingly. When somebody has something you want and you think you want it, you're going to do whatever it takes to get it. If you don't want it that bad, then you're not going to change anything to get it. And this is where that disconnect is, right? Between dating and mating, between SMECs and relationships, especially in this man's shriveled up, tiny little rat brain, okay? The things that he's saying, I saw somebody in the comments say this, that just because you say these things calmly with a lot
just listen to that.
Like visually, if you don't work out, like we're not going to date you. And women have acted accordingly. When somebody has something you want and you think you want it, you're going to do whatever it takes to get it. If you don't want it that bad, then you're not going to change anything to get it. And this is where that disconnect is, right? Between dating and mating, between SMECs and relationships, especially in this man's shriveled up, tiny little rat brain.
Shriveled up, tiny little rat brain. I don't want to be that person, but anytime people bring up animals and people of color, and specifically with the amount of India hate right now, it made me go, You know what I mean? It made me go, but I don't know. Shriveled up rat brain, I don't know. That made me very highly suspicious. So she edited this video, she said it, and I was like, do you want to maybe like re-edit the video? Do you want to maybe re-edit this out, girl? I don't like that, and I personally feel like it was a bad call given the climate on the internet right now, and given that Dr. K already gets it from white men. White men already don't like him because they think he's a crazy little like Indian guy, you know?
Okay, the things that he's saying, I saw somebody in the comments say this, that just because you say these things calmly with a lot of...
Chat says she calls white men rats too. I'm not sure that matters. Like, just like the language we use can be very... you have to be careful. Again, as a public figure, as a person who's trying to be very critical of people's work and how they say things, that's all I'm saying. You know, if she's going to go after Dr. K for the way he talks, you know what I'm saying? Like, girl. And I get it. We all don't say things perfectly, right? Totally. But yeah, like the language is interesting.
Like emotional control or whatever, that does not mean this conversation is not abso-fucking-lutely unfucking hinged. It does not mean that what you're saying is not like straight out of like a incel manifesto. Okay, moving on to the whole dating and mating crisis that leads to no sexual connection and no emotional connection. Oh, by the way, those things are different. And by the way, one of those things men are very interested in and the other one they're not. So pairing them together like that is very disingenuous because you're presenting...
It's because Dr. K is actually trying to get people to actually, oopsies, I can't believe I just did that.
A lot has already...
Oh my God, I can't believe I just did that.
This conversation is...
Okay, the reason Dr. K does that is because he's actually trying to get people to fall in love with like the love of their life, because he's very in love. He's in a very happy marriage and he's got 2 kids. Dr. K is really happy with his life and he wants other people to be happy, right? So when Dr. K talks about falling in love and mating, he is talking about falling in love. He doesn't want to separate sex and emotions, or physical and emotional, because when you're in love, they're the same, you know, or they're similar, or they overlap, or they're important. So when she says men don't care about emotional, they only want the sexual, yeah, he's trying to get people away from that, right? Like he's trying to get people away from thinking that way, because that's not helpful. And it is a reason why everyone's disconnected right now. It's why everyone's always been disconnected, right? So we also have to redefine what sex even is, right? Okay. Chat says, does Dr. K say he ever took the red pill or was close to it? I wonder why he's good at talking to incels. No. But what he does identify with is a guy who felt hopeless, a guy who felt nerdy, a guy who had no direction in life, a guy who wasted a lot of his life playing video games, a guy that just felt like he was never living up to the standards of his parents. But no, Dr. K was never actually as bad as any of these men, to be fair. But even at his worst, he got enough of an understanding to be like, oh, I understand what it's like to be at least somewhat adjacent. But he's never been like the Andrew Tate guy. He's never been a red pillar. He's never been that guy. But he's been the nerd guy. The sad boy. Sad boy. Okay, hold on. I accidentally lost my timestamp here.
Not abso-fucking-lutely unfucking hinged. That does not mean that what you're saying is not like... They're not. So
Okay.
Pairing them together like that is very disingenuous because you're presenting these things as though they come together for both men and women. They don't. At scale, there are way more women that are offering both than there are men. Most men are really, even within committed relationships, they only want to offer and experience the sexual connection. They are not interested in the emotional connection whatsoever. So right then and there, that's another disingenuous statement that anchors the conversation in a fake reality, in something that is not actually happening. Okay, on to the next part. There's a part of the...
Do you know what I mean? She's saying it's not actually happening, but it should be happening. We should, like, he's trying to get Dr. K. The reason I like his content is he's actually trying to get guys to go for the good. He's not just giving them red pill solutions. He's actually saying, like, these solutions aren't working. That's why when men in his audience go, like, how do I find a girlfriend? He goes, I don't know. That's not my job. That's not what we're doing here. We are not trying to find a girlfriend. He's not Myron from Fresh and Fit. Hey, Myron, how do I get bodies? That's not what Dr. K cares about. He's like, we're going to talk about introspection. You are not defined by having a relationship. So that's why he's talking that way. You know?
The brain that's being starved because SMEX is so important. I'm going to stop you right there. That sounds exactly like church speak.
It sounds like church speak, but is it church speak? Just because it sounds like it, does it. That's why when we do the first part of this stream together, we talked about gender from aesthetics. Is calling someone ugly misogyny? Is calling a woman ugly misogyny? Not always, sometimes, maybe. Because we have to understand that, like, when we move through life and we talk, things sound the same. I can say something. The other day on stream, like a year ago, I said, unhoused people. You know, some people will say like, oh, should we house unhoused people? And I'm like, I don't care. That's not important to, I don't care. And people are like, wait, Brittany, you don't want to house unhoused people? I was like, no, I'm saying we should house them. Because in my head, I was role playing a conservative. A conservative would be like, Brittany, should we house unhoused people? I was like, I don't care. Yeah, house them. Like, I don't care. They're like, well, don't you care? Don't you care that resources are going to house them? No. And that's why words can change things, right? Like, like when I talk, you know, it goes back to this whole, like, I love pancakes, so you hate waffles. And that's why it's our job to say, okay, what are you saying? Are you saying this? Or are you saying this? Or are you just saying you love waffles or you love pancakes? But are you saying you love this? Or are you saying this? And what does that mean? Okay, so I hear her. I think she's right that if she had made this video about so many other people on that podcast, I would have agreed. But I just feel like this was the wrong assessment of Dr. K. But again, I don't want to make a whole thing about like Brittany defends Dr. K. I want to say because of gender dynamics and our lack of deconstruction, we are going to view people as categories. And she's already doing that to Dr. K because he's a man and he's on this podcast. She's making assumptions about his work because it rings true for something she heard her whole life about gender dynamics. And I'm saying she could be correct and I could be wrong, but I'm going to make a case for why I think it's important that when we're deconstructing gender, meaning to understand it more deeply, to take apart and understand the details, we understand the nuances of language and how, yes, sex, it can be very important in relationships. Though, of course, I would say it's not sex like penis, vagina sex. I would say it's more like physical intimacy or connectedness or hugs or kisses or something like that, right?
Sounds exactly like the type of shit that pastors used to the emotional connection whatsoever. So right then and there, that's another disingenuous statement that anchors the conversation in a fake reality, in something that is not actually happening. Okay, on to the next part. There's a part of the brain that's being starved because SMEX is so important. I'm gonna stop you right there. That sounds exactly like church speak. That sounds exactly like the type of shit.
I want to just say this right here. So the part of the brain is starved from not having sex. So you might hear that in church because conservative people weaponize their misunderstanding of science in order to push bigotry and misogyny. So just because church people weaponize the language doesn't mean it's not true. It's just not true in the way they weaponize it. That's why I say conservatives are kind of right, but they're so wrong. Like their intuition is right, but they're so wrong. Obviously, it makes no sense to... You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes no sense to think in a healthy relationship and dynamic that denying sex to your partner wouldn't be abusive. Because denying is the word here. Denying is doing the heavy lifting. No, you can't have it. Versus, oh, baby, I can't tonight, but you want to have sex tomorrow? Or like, oh, actually, I'm not in the mood. And I haven't been in the mood for 6 months. And that still can be okay. You can have a marriage where somebody hasn't been in the mood for sex for 6 months and it's the healthiest relationship ever. Or you can have somebody who hasn't wanted to have sex in 6 months and it's something's wrong. It's not the sex. It's the why. It's the why.
That pastors used to say to women in order to guilt and coerce them into having obligatory mechanical SMEX, maintenance SMEX with their husbands. They would say you are starving your husband of affection, you're starving him of the things that he so desperately needs, and the more you do that, the more he's going to turn to other things. Again, put a pin in that. We need to get it the fuck together about this sex as a need thing, okay? It's not a need, it's a want. If it was a need...
Wait, Chesa, she never had this type of trauma. She's married to a very progressive guy. Like, she never personally dated men like this, never had a bum father. Well, then didn't she just say she grew up in a church? Wait, what are you talking about? What are you replying to? Are you saying she doesn't know what she's talking about because she never had this? Or didn't she just say, I grew up, I'm very used... Didn't she just say she's an former evangelical? So she must be impacted by that background, right? That's obviously her trauma or her talk. That's she made her whole thing is like talking about misogyny and patriarchy, right? I'm assuming that's why she clarified that she's from these bubbles and she knows them. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It would be something that you'd be biologically unable to survive without. The only thing that men need and crave is power over women, which they oftentimes
Okay, listen to this. Listen to this sentence.
play out about this sex as a need thing. Okay, it's not a need, it's a want. If it was a need, it would be something that you'd be biologically unable to survive without. The only thing that men need and crave is power over women, which they oftentimes
I don't understand what she's saying. So this is what I'm saying. Are we having a serious conversation or are we trying to get a one up on a TikTok? You can't have a serious conversation and say men don't need sex, but what they do need is power over women. They don't need either of those things. Are we having a serious conversation right now? Need is subjective to the human experience. Need is also biological. So like, why did she say that? Like, that's not even a serious commentary on the whole conversation, right?
play out in the form of smex with women. Notice also how he didn't mention that emotional connection, that's how you know it was bullshit, as part of something that people need, because that part is actually very important to healthy development and things like that, emotional connection with other people. What is absolutely unnecessary to that is smex, because guess what? You're emotionally connected with your parents, hopefully without having smex with them. You're emotionally connected to your kids, hopefully without having smex with them. Your siblings, your friends, other family members.
Sure.
You don't have to have smex with any of these people to have an emotional connection. So
Sure.
that part is really not necessary. And you will
sure. I don't think marriage requires sex for it to be a healthy connection. But I think it'd be a little strange to discount the importance of sexual intimacy with a lived-in, loving partner. So depending on if that's even your dynamic. Again, I do not think it is a requirement of marriage to have sex, period. I do think there is a difference, though, between why the sex is or not happening, and also physical intimacy, I think, should be replaced with the word sex, because sex is so penetrative and it doesn't make sense to me, or it's so vagina penis, and I just don't think that's important. I think physical intimacy is the point we're supposed to be focusing on. So let me tell you this, it's the physicality of things, right? Like, my mom gives really good hugs. My partner gives better ones. Okay? Okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, my mom gives fire hugs, but my partner gives hugs that also squeeze a bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? So, like, okay, that thing right there, that's the thing that I'm like, listen, I'm not about to, okay. Again, maybe I'm just like a little too in love, you know what I'm saying? But like, and it doesn't require sex. There wasn't sex in that hug, but you know, let me just say this. If my mom hugged me the way my partner hugged me, I'd be like, yo, hold up. You know, so the way you hug also matters. Okay. But I think that's what people are saying. That's what even Dr. K is saying. It's not the sex that the brain requires. It's the kind of hug you don't want your mama giving you. You know what I'm saying? It's the kind of hug that makes you like a little blush in the face, you know? Okay.
will eventually lose your ability to have it, especially as a man. So it's not necessary to your fucking survival. That's what that tells me.
Okay, so obviously I disagree with this. I think physical intimacy is obviously very important to most people I meet. It's just the way it shows up is different. Even the ace people I know, demisexual people, fully asexual people I know, still desire some level of physical intimacy. It just doesn't look like penetrative sex. And I hardly think that if I understand Dr. K and his work, he would ever really say that that's even the requirement. He's just using the word that resonates with most of the world. But I really think my hope, right, for people, my hope for people is that we're able to validate any form of affection that people are giving each other in relationships, whether it's head pats or shoulder rubs or nose kisses or full on fucking eating ass. You know what I'm saying? So again, I think what people are chasing. So I thought about a way to say this. So imagine 3 categories of people. They're all seeking the same thing, but they try to get it in different ways. The first person is seeking this physical intimacy. They're so desperate for it, they maintain a situationship just to keep it. Or they maintain a relationship with a toxic family member just to have some sort of physical connection with loved ones. So she's right. this physical affection you can get from your family and friends that isn't sexual is something we want and desire generally, okay? And you can find it in one of two ways. But what if you're trying not to have a toxic relationship with anybody and you can't get it from somebody? I would argue if it's a determinant to your health, it is a need. So then I would argue physical affection is a need and you might not have access to it. And then your brain and society tell you the way to get access to it is romantic relationship, because you can't go just find a family. And or if you even choose chosen family, you still have to choose a chosen family that's willing to hug you in a way that's like, hey, I need a weekly hug. You got me? Like, yeah, chat says people are touched and intimacy starved. They absolutely are. People are so deeply starved from physical affection that the only way society tells you to get it is sex. And I'm saying you can get it in other ways, but to say that intimacy between partners isn't a requirement and isn't different. Listen, again, a hug, the way my partner and I hug each other is not the way I hug my mother-in-law. They're different kinds of hugs. Okay, so you either get it through a negative situationship, or you get it through a positive situationship, situation in which it is two consenting partners, romantic and or friends and or platonic, that come together to be like, hey, I really need a hug right now. Can I get a hug? Bro, I got you. Let me hug you. I'll give you the best hug you've ever felt. And what I'm giving you is reassurance. What I'm giving you is a physical reassurance of my love and stability in your life. Okay? That's what we're all seeking. It's beautiful. All caveat. Healthy generally. That's what we're seeking. The other category is the more extreme. I'm not getting it. I'm entitled and I'm going to take it from you. We don't want that. We don't want this. We want this. Okay? We do not want the extreme of I'm going to get it anywhere I can get it, even if it's toxic. And we don't want it from the I'm going to take it from you if you won't give it to me. We want an understanding of living in a community that's loving, affectionate, loud. I notice when I hang out with groups of friends, there's two types of groups of friends. The friends that are like this, and you go in to hang out, they're like, okay, fine, valid. And then there's these groups of friends. Okay, I am this person. I'm generally touching, shoving, grabbing, nooging. Like I'm usually like, and that is a form of affection and love that I'm expressing. Now, I respect the people in my life that do not appreciate that form of affection, and it's valid. I hear you, I see you, I will restrain myself. But just know, if you want it, I could give you a great hug right now. But, okay, do you know yourself well enough to know why you're denying yourself physical affection? And if you are, is it really helping you? If it is, great. And if it's not, let's do something, right? But these are different ways of engaging. So when I ask people, are you deconstructing gender as well as deconstructing trauma, as well as deconstructing your understanding, as well as asking yourself, why do I do things? My brother calls me the other day, farm brother. He's got 5 kids, that one. He calls me and he goes, we're catching up, blah, blah, blah. He goes, oh, hey, I've been watching The Diary of the CEO. And I was like, oh, okay, just heads up, bro. A lot of his guests are kind of like hokey. Like a lot of his guests are definitely like misinformed, but he's got some good ones on there like Dr. K. I say this to my brother, okay? My brother goes, yeah, after watching his podcast, I started hugging the kids. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, you know, dad never hugged me. And I was like, bro, dad hugged us, bro. Like I was hugged a lot. He goes, yeah, you were hugged a lot. Dad never hugged me. I was like, no. He goes, yeah, dude. I was like, no way. And he goes, yeah, dad never hugged me. And I was like, well, damn. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry that happened. Because I really love how much my dad hugged me as a kid. I love how much my mom hugged me. And I was like, oh, shit. And look, we have 10 kids, so every single one of us was treated different. So I don't know which one of the other brothers maybe was hugged, not hugged. I don't know. But I was like, oh, shit, that would change me. So he said he makes an effort to hug his kids. And I just think that's beautiful. And if that came from the inspiration of watching The Diary of the CEO, I'll take it. Is it the ultimate goal? No. Is my brother even in a perfect place? Absolutely not. He's doing so many things to break generational curses and trauma, and I love to see it. And he's creating his own. I can see it happening, right? So when we have these conversations, it's just like very important we take it into consideration, right? Yeah, chat says, my sister is asexual. She doesn't even like hugs from family. She gets frustrated when people insist it's trauma related. I don't want to question her lived experience, so I don't know. She has some deep and meaningful relationships, by the way. I think it's very dependent, but I will say as somebody who's grown up with people as well who are like on the A spectrum and or hated being touched and hugged, when they find the right people or person and they do some work, they tend to be okay with hugs. It's just like, it's the reality that you might not feel as safe as you think you are. That's what's so interesting. I'm not saying everybody needs physical hug. I'm saying it's okay if you recognize you don't feel safe with people. Because the truth is, maybe the people around you aren't as safe as you think. And that's the truth of it. You know? Like, or she might have sensory issues, touch averse. She might have a lot of things. I'm saying what's really cool about it is that it's totally dependent on the person. And they get to do the work to figure out the why. And it might change in the future. So this goes into gender as well. Guys, if we had to have this conversation 10 years ago, the way I'd be making this content would be different. The Brittany you see in front of you now, this is the content I'm able to make. In 10 years, I'll make different content. But the relationship with ourselves changes over time. So sometimes people will say, oh, Brittany, are you a heavy sleeper? Which Brittany? Which era of Brittany are we talking about? Oh, Brittany, do you like this? I don't know. What year are we talking about? 1992, Brittany loved it. 1995, Brittany, not so much. Because I am not one Brittany. I am all of the Britneys, and I'm always the past Britneys and the present Britneys. So even identifying, I don't touch people. I don't kiss people. Oh, I kiss everyone. I'm a horn dog. Sex 10 times a day. All of these things are fluctuating experiences. Who knows what you'll be in the future? Okay? So all these people, they're like, I have sex 7 times a day, and that's how it always should be. I'm not saying it will change. I'm saying it's okay if it does. Right? Also, guys, thank you so much for your hair compliments today. I know. I'm feeling Talia cute today. I'm feeling so pretty. I know. Thank you. I appreciate you, girls. Okay, listen. Let's go through these comments, or let's go through these videos together. We're just gonna, I didn't have time to really get the order in because I just did it on stream live with you. But just, okay, hear me out. Let's go through these TikToks together. I think it's important. And again, I don't want to come off like I'm sitting here defending a man against women. I just think sometimes every time I see a woman post content that's about gender, but they aren't understanding the man they're criticizing, I do think it's interesting because, again, and I just want to make this clear, I don't like men as a system, but individual men are valid. Especially men that are working on deconstructing patriarchy, and especially people that are just simply born man or assigned man at birth. People, trans men, like all these, like there's so many good kinds of men. It's just generally the good kind of men these women are arguing against are bad men. But like men as a person, that's why I say deconstruct gender down to the basics. We don't actually want to live in a world, right, where we judge men for being men. What we do though, and what I think she's right to do, what I think a lot of these women are right to do, is heavily judge men as a system and be careful about the men upholding that system. I do agree with that, and I think that's very important, right? So I understand, like, you know what I mean? Never trust a man who goes, I'm a good one. Good men don't have to announce they're good. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Usually the problem, I think what I found works really well is that usually the problem that these men are failing to adapt to can be fixed. But the problem is that the solutions that work for the people who are successful will not work for the people who are unsuccessful. These are apples and oranges, right? So like, and this is the big mistake, is that when I say, okay, I am happily married with 2 kids, but the thing that I did won't work for these people. That's been my clinical experience. My advice does not work for them. Your advice won't work for them. What we need is a different system that addresses their fundamental problems. Right? Because I had what it takes internally. I was loved as a child. Like this is how deep it runs. So I knew how to give love and receive love. 1/3 of the men that I meet do not know how to give love and do not know how to receive love. Has nothing to do with their Tinder profiles. That's why they're fucked. And when people can say, go to the gym, make more money, but if you do not know how to fundamentally give or receive love, then like that's a huge problem. I think
Okay. Chat says she also collabed with a Public Offender. I've seen that collaboration. To be honest, I like Public. I like her. I think, and again, I hate doing this because it always feels like I'm talking bad about people that I watch on the regular. I don't think we're doing the same thing. If you watch Britney's content, I'm not doing what they're doing. I'm trying to go beyond, because I do think they are only in existence because they're facing they're reaction channels. They're reactive to the patriarchy. And I'm saying, cool, I see you, patriarchy. Anyways, let's do this over here. And I want to do that thing over here. Look, I would be a much more popular channel if I just made reaction content to patriarchy. Trust me, I always make more money when I do that. But I'm really not trying to do that. Yes, plus ultra. That's what I was thinking. Yes, plus ultra. I'm trying to go beyond. Okay. And I think they're both great though. I love them. I think it's important content. I think it's really, really important. But it's not the end. It is just the middle. Right? And so it's valuable. It's important. It's good. But it's not the goal. And because it's not the goal, I'm always going to come off like I'm criticizing them. But I'm just trying to say like, okay, you guys heavily requested that I talk about this. Like, I cannot tell you the amount of messages I have gotten in the last few days. Brittany, please talk about this. I will. And I want you to see the good in their work. And I want you to see where I think they're fundamentally flawed with their assessment and judgment of Dr. K. Because Dr. K is not like Jordan Peterson. But he is trying to help the same boys Jordan Peterson is trying to help. And so I can see why he's unlikable. But what he said here is so important. These boys and the methods to help them are not going to work for what worked for you and me exactly the same way. Because we have something they don't. This is medium traumatized. I am deeply loved. My parents, though bigots, and though people that I'm not even talking to right now because I'm trying to break a generational curse, love me unconditionally. And that has fundamentally changed the way I interact with the universe. My brother, who apparently my father never hugged, still would say his parents, my parents, love him unconditionally. They're just very stubborn. We did not feel loved. We felt deeply loved and still annoyed as fuck at our parents. But so deeply loved, so significantly loved. And that just changes your whole dynamic with how you interact with the world. Okay? And that's what Dr. K deals with. Dr. K deals with people who have never been loved, who still exist, and still, if you believe in any sense of accountability, restorative justice, making the world a better place, still need resources. And if they still need those resources and you can't do the work, don't get in Dr. K's way because he's doing it. He's completely the counter to Jordan Peterson, and he is so needed right now. And you getting in his way is not going to help. Okay? And I say this as somebody that doesn't want to work with incels. I don't want to talk to them. But he does. And even though, and I'm being so generous, because I asked my partner this, what percentage of Dr. K's audience do you think he's going to help? And I said, I'll be very generous, 10%. He goes, whoa, that's very generous. And I was like, because the reality is he is working with one of the most difficult populations. He is. Okay, Discord said 5%. Yeah, maybe realistically somewhere between 2 and 5%. But like, he is working with one of the most difficult populations on the planet. Right? And I'm certainly not going to do that. So I'm not going to get in his way. And I think he's right. They're deeply unloved. And they deeply unlove themselves. And you have to understand this. Now imagine a man who was kind of basically loved and still went down the red pill route. It's like, damn. Okay, let's talk about it. There's something there. Okay, now watch this one. This is another girl.
More of the responsibility for some of these big fundamental issues that men and people in crisis can't solve for themselves.
I mean, your listeners as individuals need to take responsibility. And it's not that you have to take responsibility. It's not fair to you to be responsible for someone else. But unless everyone who's listening to this podcast goes out and literally hugs a man, no one else is going to do it. Because if you don't do it, who's going to do it? You can't rely on society. We've been relying on society to fix the problem. It's not working.
That's right.
Okay, first of all, if this is all you've ever seen of Dr. K, I could make a whole 1-hour essay about this, but it's not really anything. Like, nothing was said yet. You don't even know the premise of the conversation. We don't even know, why he said that, right? We don't even know what it means. I know what it means because I know his work, but how would a stranger who's never seen him even know what any of this is about? Don't you intuitively ask yourself, oh, I wonder what the context is for this? And I know a bunch of people were like, what about the context? And they're like, there is no context. And a bunch of people thought these videos also got deleted, which I think was funny. I literally saw in comment sections of these women's videos like, oh, I think he deleted the pod. Guys, the pod is definitely there, and I'm going to show it to you in a second for the full context. But like, the pod is up. The fact that these women literally think the pod isn't even up is like crazy to me. Okay?
His solution for what's going on with men is that we as individuals need to go hug them. What? Welcome back for the unintended part 2 of me talking about this dude, Dr. K. Now, when I posted a video critiquing this man, I got like 3 main comments. Number 1 being, he's not talking about women making up for the problem with men. He's talking about putting systems into place. Hence me showing the clip where he literally says we need to hug men. 2 being he's taken out of context. And 3 being, I don't understand this doctor. He's a really nice guy. Let me show you the other things this nice man has to say.
So men in today's society are not allowed to complain. So if you complain and you're a successful person or a privileged person, everyone is going to think you're arrogant. Everyone is going to think, oh my God, who's this fucking guy? This guy doesn't know what my life is like. How does he have any right to complain? But now we need to stop for a second and think about what it does to your psychology when you as a human being are not allowed to articulate your suffering. I've worked with people who've grown up in abusive
Okay. When Andrew Tate says it, it's bullshit. But when Dr. K says it, he's right. And that's the difference. When Jordan Peterson says it, wrong. Because he also follows it up with misogyny. Dr. K doesn't follow it up with misogyny. That's the difference. Because men are suffering. They are victims of sexual abuse. They don't have places to speak up. They can't, under patriarchy, express their pain without recourse. 99% of the audience who watches this podcast is men. So 99% of the listeners are going to internalize it as men. You know what I mean? So yes, I agree with them that their commentary would make so much sense if this was Andrew Tate. But it doesn't make sense because it's Dr. K. You know what I mean?
Households where children will say to their parents, Mommy, Daddy, I'm hurting. And the parent smacks them across the face. How dare you? You're so lucky. You don't realize the sacrifices I make for you. It's traumatizing to the child. This is what we're doing to the generation of men. People are saying, I am suffering. For 100 years, men have been themselves. The most dangerous thing for a man under 45 is themselves.
And quick question, who is the greatest threat to women? Oh, okay. Notice how he infantilizes men immediately, comparing men not being able to complain to a child being by their parent. So much to unpack here. Number 1, in my experience, being friends with men, dating men, loving men, I have never felt like men cannot complain. The internet is full of men complaining. This comment section will have men complaining.
She's right. Men do complain, and this comment section will have men complaining. Okay, that is true. I think it's a symptom of the state of the world, though, the way they complain. And again, I don't want to, my content isn't geared towards helping men as a collective. His is. So the way we talk has to be different, right? I don't think men who are suffering from misogyny are going to care about what a woman thinks in any deep or profound way that's going to also bring me joy in my sense of work, right? Dr. K is he is here as a fulfillment of his joy. Jordan Peterson is helping men out of a fear. That's why this is why this man is always sick. I'm telling you, this man is always sick because he is drowning under the stress of his like irrational fear about men and the world and women and all this stuff. But Dr. K isn't. He's in a loving, stable marriage. He's incredibly stable. He's focused on what he wants. He's gotten better over time. He never follows up any of his commentary with misogyny. It's always with women are not responsible. You are. But when he says the world or society or people, he's talking about the village. Ironically enough, he's talking about the collective. He is ultimately talking about us all being connected, right? He's serving his calling, his karma. Like Dr. K is spiritual. So for him, he's science. He's a doctor. And he evokes actually the spiritual practice that men in the West think is stupid, but women in the West should be embracing. Women in the West would actually love Dr. K's spiritual side. But he's talking about the collective village. You know, there was a comment I saw that said, if you do not love a child, the only warmth they will ever get in their life is from the village they burn down. And I think it starts when they're young, and I think it starts at home, right? So I do agree that the comment section will be riddled with patriarchy or misogyny, that she will be berated by men, that men will think she's stupid, that sometimes Dr. K's own chat is so fucking misogynistic, it's crazy. But that's not because Dr. K is a misogynist. It's because he's going right into the bubble. He sees, now imagine, you know I Am Legend with Will Smith? You know the scene where the dog runs into the building with the zombies and he has to go in there? That's Dr. K. Everybody else is avoiding the building with zombies and Dr. K's like, I'm going in. And it's his stream. And so the comments on his stream are obviously deeply misogynistic, but that doesn't mean Dr. K is. But Andrew Tate is misogynistic. And so his chat is. And that's how I see Dr. K. But okay, let's finish this video.
There is a difference between not having the ability to complain and not liking the feedback you receive. Also, we are not these men's mommies and daddies. We are not their parents. We do not have a responsibility to them in that way. So saying that us not validating a complaint is the same thing as a parent striking their child is so bizarre. He does that.
He didn't say that. He didn't compete. He said, I work with men who suffer from trauma, examples, men who were abused physically as children. Right? Like, I didn't hear it that way. We'll go back and listen.
Throughout this episode,
Let her
there's
finish.
multiple times that he compares grown men to children. And additionally, I don't think the objection is to the fact that men have complaints. I think it's two things. One, the ways in which they choose to complain or show their displeasure, which statistically includes violence.
I would be curious if they watched Dr. K's actual videos, if they would like him better than if they watched him in interviews. Because again, when he's in an interview, it's different. You remember when the debate bros were like, Brittany's so like, loud and obnoxious and opinionated about me, but when she talks to me, she fucking changes? Yeah, because I'm talking to you now. I would always talk to you different. And I feel like if you watch Dr. K's his actual work, the work he's actually proud of, because remember, his interviews is not his work. He actually has a body of work. Do you know what I'm saying? Would they feel this way about him?
And two, when we think about the scale of the injury, this would be a much better conversation once we get past the point that men are taking out their frustration on women and each other with violence. Then I think we could have a conversation more so about how we react to people complaining. And
Sure, let me rewind it really fast. Okay, hold on.
speaking of complaints, mine aren't over because
Okay, this is going to be another part, but
And
look
everyone
at
is going
this.
to think, oh my God, who's this fucking guy? This guy doesn't know what my life is like. How does he have any right to complain? But now we need to stop for a second and think about what it does to your psychology when you as a human being are not allowed to articulate your suffering. I've worked with people who've grown up in abusive households.
See, he said, I've grown up with people in abusive households. He's humanizing the situation. Okay, I get it. I'm very empathetic to the fact that these girls don't know him. I'm very empathetic to the fact that they're really just seeing him for the first time. And it's very intense to see him. Okay, one more TikTok and then I'm going to show you a podcast with Dr. K, okay? A section of it, okay? Look at this TikTok because now it's not just women. Now the men are coming out and talking about how Dr. K sucks. Tell me, do you get good vibes from these men?
Generation of men that is we are literally watching them die out.
Good. Oh, wait, you had more to say? Okay, let's hear about it.
And then there are these other people over here who will go to therapy, who will work on themselves professionally, who will show up on dating apps. And because of the shape of their face, which cannot be fundamentally altered, or some other thing which they're not even aware of, there's this whole crop of people who I think are trying really hard. I don't think they're losers. I don't think they're pathetic or anything like that. I think what they would trigger is exactly what we're seeing. This existential panic, angst, even aggression, entitlement. Because if these men do not behave in this way, they're literally going to die out.
It's amazing that in a very academic way, he manages to also blame women. It's their fault because they don't like the shape of their faces. These aren't losers. These guys go to therapy. It has nothing to do with the shape of their faces or their physical structure. It's because they have no personality. They have no interests. They have no ability to relate to people because they actively avoid becoming friends with women. That's all it takes. That is literally all it takes. Try to become friends with women and don't try to them. And you will learn so much. You will grow. And you will be someone that women want to date because you will understand your male privilege. You will understand other people's perspectives. You will build empathy and compassion. And you'll just be a better person. Hey man, if you can't meet women and you don't understand why, try making friends with them. Try finding women that you're not trying to have sex with and just be their friend. and listen to them. Have conversations with them. And of course, if you're just an incel, then you should be lonelier and you will die alone, and we will all be happier. And this is Bacon.
There is
Okay, obviously, again, like, this guy feels like genuinely like I would never feel safe with this person ever. I would never feel safe with this man. And that's the thing is like, again, violence at the end, again, misunderstanding Dr. K. When did he even talk about women? Okay. You know, what was even that point? It felt very much like trying to appeal to women. This whole TikTok felt so weird to me. I did not like it. Okay. I did. Oh, wait, one more, and then I'm going to show you a podcast.
Society intervene to course correct that? Should we put systems in place to make sure that those men meet partners?
Does society have a responsibility?
No, wait. I love her. Not this one. Damn it. Wait. Oh, did I not pull it up? My bad. Hold on. Not this one. Not her yet. Hold on. I love her. Not yet. But also her. Disappointed, like, the conversation. But hold on. Not her. Wait. Let me see if I can find it. Because maybe... this one.
You just said
Let me pull this up.
that a huge amount of men between the age of 15 and 50 will not pass on their genes. They will effectively die out of the gene mating pool.
Good. Some of these gene pools need to be drained. But let's listen further.
So people will hear that and many people will go, well,
Wait, does everyone remember who this is? This is Lee, our favorite NPD. That's a joke. We actually don't like his content, but we don't hate his content. I don't watch his content. He's just somebody who keeps coming up on my feed, and I thought it was interesting that he decided to give commentary.
solution. Yeah. Should society intervene? You know, in the short term, we're going to have a lot of men who are disillusioned, that become incels, find themselves in pockets of the internet, are resentful, all those kinds of things. But should society intervene to course correct that? Should we put systems in place to make sure that those men meet?
What kind of systems can you put in place to guarantee that incel men meet partners? Unless we're talking about increasing the therapy budget and the hygiene budget.
You notice how they're criticizing Dr. K for Steven's fucking stupid question? Steven asked the stupid question. Dr. K didn't ask it. And also, when he says systems in place, these men are not eugenicists, guys. They're stupid. They literally think like, they're thinking more like therapy or education. They're not sitting here and thinking eugenics. They're not that smart. Like, you know what I mean? They're not, and when I say smart, they're not even that, like, they're not even going that far. They're not going to genes. They're thinking like, hey, do you think like society should fucking do something? Like give men grants or some shit? Like they're not, these are capitalists at the end of the day. With peace and love. I mean that in the nicest way possible. These are capitalists. You know who Steven is if you don't know? Steven Bartlett is, you know Shark Tank in America? He's a dragon. UK's Shark Tank, he's one of those guys. He's a capitalist. So he asks the stories. Guys, he interviews the same 15 people every year. And then he does the same videos every year. What's up with this loneliness epidemic? Why are men and women this way? He's just building a secure and easy podcast cycle that allows the people to have that same conversation, okay?
And it just workout budget or something like that. What systems are we talking about right here, right? I feel like with that mentality right there, it gives off the mindset that everybody is entitled to a partner, which can lead people.
Which, by the way, Dr. K would not say. Dr. K would say you are not entitled to that, right?
Down the incel pathway. When you get rejected constantly, you even feel like I am entitled to a woman. I'm entitled to a partner. And these people are not giving it to me and I deserve it. So that increases the anger right there. What kind of systems could you put in place to count?
Chat says when they talk about the gene pool, though, it makes me, definitely. So when the boy bubble references genes in this context, they believe in like evolutionaries, like evolutionary psychology and they believe in like inherent biological traits that span thousands of years and talk about how like men are biologically this way, women are biologically this way. I'll show you an example of it. They don't really think of like white supremacist eugenics. That's a different bubble of assholes. But these ones are the other ones where it's like you want the offspring to be XYZ, but they're not like there's adjacent. They're like this, but they're not the same exact bubble. And I think this is really important because even when we talk about gender, guys, how can we even begin to talk about gender when we don't even acknowledge that there's like thousands of ways to experience it and we're getting them all the way down to 2. So same thing with white supremacy or racism or misogyny. There's not just one way to be misogyny. There's not one way to be racist. There's a lot of different kinds of racists in the world, a lot of different kinds of things. And the question is, which category do you fall into? So you know what steps to take to deconstruct that from your belief system. Okay? Because remember, if you don't fit the stereotype of racist, you will think you don't need to deconstruct racism. Because you'll think, well, I've never done X, Y, Z. Oh, I'm a man, but I've never hit a woman, so I guess I'm not a misogynist. No. Right? Okay. Right? Chet says, the language seems dangerous, but I see what you're saying. Hold on, pause. Guys, the language is dangerous. Hold on. Sometimes I feel like, and I don't know if you're doing this, but sometimes I feel like when I explain things, I think that it's okay. I think it's dangerous language. I think it's a stupid fucking question, and I think it's so fucking destructive. But I'm explaining what the question is. I'm not condoning it. I don't fucking believe in it. I think it's a stupid fucking question. Okay, you don't. Okay, just in case someone thought that was, right? You know, Chet says, it seemed like you thought it was really chill. Yeah. No. I just want to make sure. I'm just explaining what it is, but I think it's dumb. You know, I think it's a dumb question, okay?
Direct that right there, right?
I'm going to answer that question with a question. If, let's say, a huge swath of people are dying out from cancer, should we intervene with that?
Yes.
If a huge swath of people are dying out from, like, a virus, should we intervene
100%.
with that? So I think...
So Dr. K makes the argument, if people are dying out from cancer or illness or housing or something else, should we do something? So men are dying out, right? Where men will die out. Maybe women won't procreate them, whatever. Yes, in some ways, normal and natural. In other ways, we should do something about the issue because, guys, we don't want this to happen. In an ideal world, not only would men not die out, they would be healthy, compassionate, loving partners. The consequence of patriarchy and men not improving themselves is that they will die out. But we don't want them to die out. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't want the population to stop giving birth. It's only because we don't feel safe enough in this economy, in the world, with this Trump administration to make babies. We don't want people to not make babies. You know how many people I know that wish they could have had children but couldn't because of the economy? This isn't good that people aren't having babies. It's only good that people aren't forced to have babies. But it's not good that millions of people want children they can't afford. That's what Dr. K is trying to say. There is a problem. We should do something about it. But the solution is not red pill. Okay? I don't think Dr. K in any of his content has ever said anything that would tell me he thinks in any way the Trump administration is good, patriarchy is good, that like red pill is good, that these things are the answer. He just said the system isn't working. It's not helping people. What is the system? Patriarchy. He just said, Stephen Bartlett, you need to hug more people. What is Stephen Bartlett? A man. You need to hug more people. The system isn't working. Patriarchy. So, you know.
There are two important things.
It's slightly different, though.
One is about...
Yeah.
So one is like if a human being is dying, we should step in. But natural selection isn't necessarily about... This is what's really tricky.
Now, I am glad that Steve said it's slightly different, though. You comparing mating with cancer and deaths and viruses and things like that. Yeah. I feel like as society has progressed and time has came, right, men have to work harder to get women. There are a lot of men out here who feel like that's not fair. And honestly,
Chad said, wasn't there a study showing women don't technically need men? It's not always about women. I'm not a woman. Sometimes. I don't need men. But I like people who happen to be men. Do you know what I mean? When you start saying things like women don't need men, yeah, women don't need men and men don't need women, but we don't need humans. Human beings don't need to exist. Do you know what I mean? Like, human beings don't need to exist. But what we would like is a healthy relationship with life, with us. So yes, in a world where like men aren't getting better, we do not need them and we can stay away. Right? So when we have this, oh, you were responding to chat. Sorry, chat. I thought you were responding to me. But I would just say, like, I don't like this narrative I hear from some bubbles as well. Like, we don't need each other. I don't even need my partner. But need isn't the point. The point is like, hey, I kind of want this thing in this way and I want it to be healthy. That's why we're going back down to the basics. I want a world that's healthy and loving and considerate and less bigoted. And I want a world that doesn't discriminate based off gender. So how do I move in that direction? And yes, I do believe no one should ever be forced to have a baby. And it is not our job to repopulate the population. It is our job, at most, to do less harm every day. But if right now the less harm looks like depleting the population, it is what it is. Okay?
We told I was one of them, right? Growing up, they tell you all you had to do is get a good job and do this and work out and you'll get a girl, right? But that doesn't always work. Nowadays, women actually want you to be nice to them. Not all of them. Not all of them. But women want you to be nice and emotionally intelligent. There are a lot of men out there who are like, damn, man, I gotta be emotionally intelligent too? Damn. I can't just go to the gym and hit the weights and get some money and get some women.
Well, part of that is settling culture as well. And that's why I'll show you a clip. I should have it somewhere in this jumble of videos where Dr. K says, like, I would never give advice to a man on how to find a girl. That's not the job he wants to do. That's not the job I want to do here. I am not telling you about high compatibility partnership or love because I want you to be partnered. If you find your person, I want you to be happy, but I don't think you're defined by your relationship. I don't think romance is the most important thing. Look, if women as a collective, we've already deconstructed this generally. Women realize they don't need a boyfriend, but boys still think they need a girlfriend. And patriarchy is really pushing that narrative. And I'm saying Dr. K is the only man I've seen in the manosphere who is a visitor, who is trying to tell men you don't need a girlfriend. He's the only one. Jordan Peterson, all these other people always talk about how important it is to have babies and da-da-da. Dr. K never says that. He never says that I've seen. And I've watched so much of his content that is so significantly unique to Dr. K. You know what I mean? Did I lose this TikTok? No, here it is.
Yeah, if you get your money up, you can get women, of course. But those women will probably only want you for your money, and you will know that. And you will also resent them. I don't know what system you can put in place to guarantee that somebody gets a partner, because that just doesn't happen unless you're forcing them, right? You gonna force them? What are we talking about here? To me, as someone who's diagnosed with a personality disorder, I have narcissistic personality disorder, right? And people hate narcissists. But I worked on myself. I've been in psychotherapy for 8 years. I've worked on myself physically, mentally, emotionally, all of the other good stuff, y'all. The system that needs to be put in place is to regulate people who are spewing this dumb shit that men are entitled to women. You're entitled to a partner and you have to do less work and they should be submissive and blah, 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 boo, 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 beep, 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 right? Because when you get rejected and you get angry, then you get online and you see that incel weirdo shit sometimes, you can see how easy it would be to fall into that path. Sorry, fellas, you got to work on yourself. We have to work on us.
I mean, I agree with this idea. I don't think that's, exactly. I agree with all of that. Now, let's do this. Okay, let's go to the 2 podcasts that the people keep referencing. And I believe I have the timestamps correct. Okay, so let's watch this part first. And then we'll go back. So let's watch this part first.
Women, I think, don't need men as much as they used to. And I think this is in part because of the whole sexual revolution and appeal and feminism and all these things, which has...
Stephen Bartlett, I don't even know if that's his real opinion, but that's just like the bullshit talking point that everybody uses.
Tremendous upsides. I think that women and men are having less sex. They're getting married less. Men's attitude towards women has become a little bit more resentful in certain pockets of the internet. They perceive relationships with the other sex to be disposable more than ever before.
Men view women?
I would say both. And I think in part that's because of dating apps, just the perception of choice. The feeling that if you don't work out, there's another 1,000 people on my phone that I could give a shot to. I think the equation of a relationship, when we think about the investment it takes for it to work and what you get from it, people now perceive the equation not to be worth it.
Okay, I
just want to stop right there. So again, when we think of relationships as thinking like it's not a transaction, I don't believe in transactional relationships. I don't believe in this idea that if you just do the right things, you get a return. But I do believe we should all work on ourselves, be introspective, extrospective, right? I do deeply believe this. And I do think the more introspective, extrospective you are, the more likely you are to be matched with a healthier partner, probably a high compatibility partner if you're really looking for the consciousness versus just like what's on a resume. and you're going to have that dream relationship. Most of the world has been settling forever. So this is our new wave of even dating being seen as like loving the consciousness. I mean, I go so far as to say, I don't even think you should be married or partnered unless it's like the consciousness. And I think there's about like, let's say 1 million people who fit that criteria. You might never meet any of them before you die. I think it's better to die single and it like having a fabulous life than it is to settle for a marriage. But lots of people go, Brittany, I love you, but I can't do life alone. I got to get married to somebody. And I'm like, okay. But I couldn't face that person and say, just so you know, I settled for you. Because I also am not going to lie to that person. And I would just feel so bad if I did that. But if you don't feel like you're settling, do it. But I think if you are truly introspective and truly deconstructing and honest with yourself, I don't know how you could, maybe you could explain it to me. I don't know how you in your head could think, I settled for this person, I don't even like them, or maybe this is the thing that annoys me, but I'm going to do it anyways. I'm not going to do that, but you do it if you want to. But I also think there's the other thing that also works, which is long-time companionship, which I think is also valuable and much better. So if you're not going to marry, I'd rather you, okay, first, I don't think you should settle, but whatever. But I think another part of companionship that I think is also really valid is doing life with somebody that isn't a romantic partner. I think that's fine. I think that's fire, honestly. Like, I think that's great. If you can do it, do it. I couldn't do it. I would rather just be a solo girly. But if you're doing it, great. I love watching lesbians and gay men have babies together. It's one of my favorite relationship dynamics. But, you know, everyone's different.
There's a lot of great stuff there. So you're like a fully formed adult man, right?
I think so. I hope
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Like you're like a man.
And yes, chat, for the people asking, like I am on a gender deconstruction journey and I find like gender fluid to be a very good label for me right now. And we're going to talk about that tomorrow. We're going to come back and have a second part on gender and talk about the queer, gender fluid, non-binary perspective. Because again, this is just very binary. This is where the world is right now. We haven't even started to even bring the real conversation about gender into the conversation yet. We are just covering the basics about what the world is facing. And this is the dilemma, women versus men. Instead of, well, then what happens when you're in the other category where you're like, I don't care what your body looks like, bro. Are you in love with me or not? I don't even care what your label is. I don't care if it changes every 5 seconds, bro. Are we vibing or what? Like, just wait until that conversation shows up, okay?
You're not like a kid. You're not like a dude in early stages of development. You've got a career. You've got a relationship. You're buying a house. Like you are an adult.
Yeah.
So if I was an 18-year-old,
yeah,
and I came to you, and let's say I'm your nephew or something like that, and I'm like, Stephen, fully formed adult, handsome man in relationship. I'm struggling to date.
Yeah.
What should I do?
You want me to give you advice? Yeah. Fuck. I think you should work on yourself.
Okay.
Especially as an 18-year-old man, because I think you need to, especially at that age, create some advantages. And so working on yourself could be learning, reading, going to the gym, building up the ability to provide for someone else and to protect somebody else. That's kind of really where I'd start. And again, that's biased because that's what I did at 18 years old.
Great.
I actually didn't date. I think I've been on 5 dates in my entire life.
Okay, so let's say I do that.
Yeah.
And it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm like, hey, I'm on this growth journey. And I'm sure you've encountered this, and there are going to be people in the audience who are like, the reason they're watching this podcast is because they're trying to do that. They're still not getting dates, right?
Yeah.
It's still hard to find a girlfriend. Then what do you have to say to them?
I would assume that the reason it's not working is because they're not in this frame of mind to find love.
And when a dude says, I'm trying to do everything right, what is the most common response that they get? Right? So like,
try harder or like,
yeah, right? If you kind of like look at Twitter, what you'll find is people will be like, it's impossible to find a good woman. And then like men will be, let's say a dude says that, or a woman says that, it's on both sides. It's impossible to find a good man. And then people won't be like, yeah, it's impossible to find a good man. So maybe some people will be supportive. So you'll have a woman who says it's impossible to find a good man. You know, there are a lot of people who are like, yeah, like men are trash, fine. And then a lot of people will be like, you're not trying hard enough. You're not going to the right places. We as men get that a lot more because there's a societal bias that men don't need help, right? So if you look at like the comparison of scholarships, male only.
A societal bias is not women. Now, this is another part of my criticism for the girls. When I hear societal bias, I do not hear women. I hear patriarchy. What society? Like we're we're not even considered. Like they're not asking us questions. So when he says societal bias that men don't need help, yeah, patriarchy. I think women keep hearing Dr. K say society and they keep hearing women. And I don't know why you keep hearing women. Are we society all of a sudden? Do we get rights? Is there a female president? Are we the majority of politicians? Did I not is the G20 summit mostly full of like women presidents? Am I missing something? Society is structural. Did the structure change? Are we in a matriarchy after all? Do you know what I'm saying? Like when Dr. K says society isn't working, I don't hear women. You know what I mean?
Scholarships versus female-only scholarships. There's about $4.9 billion worth of scholarships given out in the United States from private sources. Female scholarships outside of athletics are way higher than male scholarships. So if you look at athletics, the
But it's not because women are being favored. Remember, as long as the red pill and patriarchy keeps telling men that these are liberal institutions with liberal agendas, men won't go to school, so they won't be getting scholarships. It's not like women are being handed out more scholarships and men aren't.
Numbers way higher for men. But the really weird thing is that like 60% of people who graduate from college or in college somewhere in there are women. So the people who need more gender-based support are men, but we don't really do that. We're usually like, if a man has a problem, this is a man's problem to solve.
And what does men's gender-based support look like? To me, it looks like stop telling them to stop going to school. You are gender-based targeting men. The same men who say they're trying to help men are targeting men and telling them not to go to school. Isn't that amazing? They are literally targeting men, saying, I'm here to help you, bro. Don't go to school. What?
Solve. And when a man goes out and says, I'm having trouble dating, but what people will say is men will say, work harder, try harder. You know, people will and people will really be nasty about it. They're like, do you not know how to talk to women? Stop being a creep, things like that. And then the other thing that we're really seeing is that there is.
I saw a TikTok from a guy who, I think he was a dentist. And he said in the 15 years of doing dentistry, I've never had a woman show up to an appointment and not know why she was there. But every single time a man will show up and he'll be like, hey, I'm here for my appointment. And when we ask why he's there, he goes, I don't know. My wife made it. And he goes, I cannot understand how this is happening. He's like, but this is real. 15 years. And it's not every single man literally, but he's saying he saw a pattern. And the pattern is real. And we're saying that's a problem. That's a gendered-based problem. Why are men not aware of why they're at the dentist? And that is a combination of things, including standards, but including how we raise people to think of like what is a priority, what is important, right? And so when we think about that, we have to really think about this as a gender-based problem, but not inherently because they're men, right?
Like this very, very like deep anger, entitlement.
Yes, chat. Don't go to school. Take my $3,000 course and that will teach you how to get rich, right? Chet says, does that happen? I thought that was more in the entrepreneurial hustle culture space, like Tony Robbins. No. In conservative bubbles, in churches, in Republican clubs, they always talk about how colleges are, gender studies, history, like colleges are brainwashing institutions. If you go to a college that gets a degree that does something. All of this messaging to men is not helpful. They're like encouraging men to like think of colleges as like brainwashing, like propagandist, like facilities, right? So they don't go because it's like kind of pussy. It's like, oh, women do this thing now and listen, I was raised in that bubble where my parents would talk about how colleges were brainwashing institutions, but also be like, hey, why didn't you go to college? And I'm like, first of all, you didn't pay for college. Second of all, what college? And then third of all, like I did badly in school and you didn't get me help. So as an adult, like I have a deep fear of college, but also like what college? You told me my whole life college was bullshit unless it was a Catholic college. Now, if it was a Catholic college, my parents were like, please go there. Please go. We'll pay. With what money, girl? My parents were the over-promising parents who would say, we'll pay for college, but they couldn't afford to pay for 10 kids' college. So even if all 10 of us went to Catholic college, who are you going to pay for? Do you know what I mean? Come on now.
There's like this incel movement. There's this like alpha male, beta male kind of thing. And I don't know if you kind of get this, but there's like a deep sense of like anger, right? There's like
No. Chad says, to your point, if it's true, most college scams you into crippling debt, but the answer is not to opt out and scam by. No. What are you saying here? Most colleges are not scamming you into crippling debt. Most loan officers, most banks are scamming you into fucking student debt. Okay, the propaganda we get by letting 18-year-olds sign loans that they can't even afford. Most people who are supposed to suddenly know what the hell they're supposed to do at 18 are getting out loans for college degrees they don't even want in 10 years, right? So like when you think about why people get loans, at first it's predatory. And second of all, it also comes from this desire to say, go to college and your life will work out. But lots of people go to college and their life doesn't work out. The issue isn't one thing, it's all of the things. You have to go to college with intention, and you have to decide why you're there. You have to be smart with how you spend your money. It's okay to wait 10 years before you go to school. It's also okay to go to right away if you're sure about what you want to do. Like, all of these things are different, right? Okay, Chad says, but we need loans because colleges are charging too much. But they used to be free. Why are they charging you now? Because Republicans and racism. Let's go back down to the basics. Why aren't colleges free anymore? White people. We're going to talk about race tomorrow. The system isn't working. We should want an educated population. We should want all of our people in school. We should make the path to school so fucking easy for people, and we should get people ready and set up for a good future. We're not doing that, right? Okay? Oh yeah, next week. Wait, what's today? Fuck. Oh yeah, fuck, the week's over. Next week, you're right, chat. Next week we'll cover racism. And then we'll do ableism. And then we'll do the rest of them. Oh, I want to do it now. Okay. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? So when we have these conversations, this series is going back down to the basics. Why did these things happen? So we want a better society, but we're not we're not willing to go down to the root of the problem. And I'm saying, let's get down to the root and then move forward. So what I do is I look for my goal, then I go back to the bottom and I try to understand what's happening. And then I try to figure out, okay, within the schema of this thing, how do I get to my goal? Let me draw you a picture. Hold on. Let me draw you a picture. Okay, so this is the goal. Okay, this is the goal. This is where we want to be. But we're down here, okay? We're down here. And we have to go through all of this to get to our goal. So our responsibility now is not to think we're going to fix this, okay? Because we can't fix this overnight. Instead, we're going to figure out how to, within our ethical framework, get where we need to go in a way that allows us to face ourselves, sleep at night, and harm reduce. And whatever it takes, no matter how long it takes, no matter where it takes us, we end up at our goal. Okay? But you cannot eradicate from the reality that you have to face this crazy massive bullshit. And the massive bullshit is just the reality of being a biological creature evolved over billions of years on a planet. Sitting in floating in the universe. Blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I say episode 1 of this series was going back down to why you exist. And like, what does it mean? This is the world. Like, the world's a reflection of us as a whole. So we can't fix things overnight, but that doesn't mean we don't keep trying. And it doesn't mean that we don't make an attempt. And it doesn't mean that, XYZ. I just think we keep doing this thing where we do this thing where we think like it's too big, it's too intense, so we shouldn't do it. And I'm saying we should do it. It is intense and the outcome won't be what you think it is. We're not going to dismantle capitalism tomorrow and patriarchy. We're not going to stop racism from existing tomorrow. But that doesn't mean we should be racist. It doesn't mean we shouldn't deconstruct. We're not going to give up. Just like with retirement. Guys, I'm telling you right now, if I could go back and change my life, I would put $100 in a high yield savings account right the fuck now every month. Or I would put it in my Roth IRA. I would do absolutely anything possible. And if you're concerned about putting money in your Roth, that might end up going to companies that are supporting ICE or something like that. There are progressive YouTubers that exist who tell you what to put your money into that are like the high returns over 30 years that also don't end up giving money to ICE. And I just discovered this recently because I was interested in it because there's a lot of ethical problems around investing. So I was like, can I invest without supporting bad things? Okay. And what does that look like? Harm reduction. It's not going to be perfect. It's going to be something. Because everything is kind of bad in its own way. There's no, everything's kind of fucked. But okay, so the idea is like, yes, the world feels crazy right now, but that doesn't mean you in 30 years isn't going to really like thank you for doing the work now. Okay, whatever that looks like. Okay, let's go to this section of the same podcast. Can society take responsibility? Okay, look at this. Just a little bit.
I mean, there's a lot that I'm thinking about. The first is, if we go back up to your point about this being a bit of an extinction event, it poses a question about like, what do you do about that? Mm-hmm. You said also people are trying to implement the advice, but it's not working. Mm-hmm. Now, does that mean that that's a question of like motivation, discipline? Is it bad advice? What do we do there? And the third, I guess, question that comes to mind is, does society have a responsibility to intervene in some way to correct this?
So I think, does society have a responsibility? I don't think that is a real thing. So I have never seen society take a responsibility.
Ooh, girl, you better listen. That's what I'm saying. This is the, see how the TikTokers, this is the context. This is such a specific answer.
I don't think society can take a responsibility, right? So if like how do I get society? Like, who do I talk to?
But if you think about other people that are in marginalized groups, society intervenes to make the
Who is
world,
society?
the governments and the way that we make our laws and the way that we give out money and grants and the way that we shape our communities.
Yeah, so I understand the question, but I think like this, and this is just the way that I think. So if I ask you what is society, you say the government. And then who is the government? What is the government? It's people.
Yeah.
So I think this comes down to, forget about societal responsibility. And I think this is one of the problems, not to say that it is the problem, but this is just the way that I think. There was a case, I don't remember her name, of a woman who's being sexually assaulted in public, like on a street at nighttime. And there were a bunch of neighbors who were like aware that the sexual assault was happening, and no one called for help. And the reason no one called for help is because everyone assumed that somebody else would call for help. You know.
So this is the bystander effect. We've talked about it in the past. There's some detail about whether that exactly happened the way that it exactly happened, because allegedly some people did call for help. But I do think learning this made me more call for help. Once I learned this story years and years ago, it actually forced me to call for help a lot more often than I ever did. So I don't know if the exact story is as true as it is, but it inspired me to call 911 for emergencies a lot more for people, while taking into consideration police brutality and dangers about calling the police. But it did make me more aware if sometimes people need help, or even like keeping an eye on people, or even like noticing, like, do I need to say something, you know?
Whose problem is it? Oh, society should fix this. And the moment that we say society should...
Yeah, the moment you say society should fix it, you're taking away the responsibility from yourself. And if everybody did that, then who is society, right?
Should fix this, we stop taking individual responsibility. In the moment that we...
So the word individual triggers a lot of people because conservatives use it as a gotcha, but fuck conservatives. But even though they're intuitionally correct, they're not doing the work. If we all collectively say it's society's responsibility and it's never us, then nothing gets done. This is why I say you cannot sit here and think you're the only good person on the planet. If you think you're the good one and everyone else is the bad one, then what does that say about the world? What does that say about you and your place in the world, right? Even my level system, fives are not, being a 5 isn't about being better than everybody else. It's about your relationship with existence, your sense of responsibility, your framework of understanding of who you are in relation to yourself and everything outside of yourself. It forces you to go, hold on, it's me. I got to work on me, right? Because I am a reflection of the world. The world's a reflection of us as a whole. And as a whole, we're not doing too good.
Stop taking individual responsibility. Like, unless someone shows up and runs for office and says, my goal is to do this, which by the way is happening in like South Korea. So like conservatives that are very like, there's this huge tension in South Korea right now between men and women, and this 4B movement where women are like, we're not going to have kids anymore. And then there's like this conservative kind of like pro-masculine kind of movement that is moving into government and says like, this needs to change. And we see governments responding to this mating crisis, right? So I think like China is now paying people to have children. So there's all kinds of like moves that are happening. So is it society's responsibility? Like, I don't know. So I think if society doesn't do anything, what's going to happen will be really simple. And that's what I mean by we're witnessing a mass extinction event. We have a group of young men who are somewhere between 15 to 50 who will just never procreate. And then they will literally die out, right? Their genes will not be passed on. And for the people who do procreate, they will have been adapted to the post-COVID world.
Yeah.
Right? So they know how to form, they succeed on Tinder. Whereas like if you go and you look at like, if you go to like some kind of senior event and you look at all the people who have grandkids, half the men there would not have succeeded on Tinder.
Yeah.
Right. And this is something that really like shocks people when I kind of tell them this. But if you want to see like who's succeeding, it's not the dudes on Tinder who are getting laid 15 times. Like go to like I mean, this is sometimes a little creepy, but like if you go to a playground, you're going to see like a lot of like average looking men with like average looking dad bods, which with average median incomes who are like having kids. And that's what's really happening. But even those men.
So when women say, like Talia, we covered her in the first half of this, saying, I'm a pretty girl and I love myself and you're just mad I think I'm pretty. And also men who are broke are losers and, men have to make money and men are the providers and men buy you things. It's like women want to talk about deconstructing patriarchy, but they still want their man to buy them a designer bag. Where do you think they have the capital for that designer bag, girl? Come on now.
Are adapted in some way, right? Because they're not exceptionally attractive. They're not exceptionally rich, but they have something going on in their psychological makeup, which allows them to form bonds and procreate.
Chet says my genes are going to die out with me, and that's okay. It's the concern is to pass on genes. Always felt really odd. I think if I'm going to be honest, I can't wait for the world to stop talking about it like genes being passed on. Though I do think if you zoom out far enough, we are just like little fucking little humpers. We're little rabbits just like fucking and making babies. And I do kind of think that's like the lowest, kind of one of the lower parts of our introspection is only thinking about procreation. But I also think it's interesting that people who are less educated procreate more. Do you know what I'm saying? If your only concern is making babies, then some part of that is a part of a lack of introspection and education. And then it begs the question, like, are smarter people just not having babies? Well, not exactly. Like, smart people do have babies, but also, why do they have babies? Listen, like I said, if the economy was better, more people would be having babies. We have to imagine a lot of people are also married and coupled, and they can't afford babies. So it's also, it's not wrong for people to want babies, but I think we also should talk about legacy and how like legacy needs to be deconstructed. Having babies for fun needs to be deconstructed. Like this idea that like, I have a baby because it's cute or it's what it's supposed to do. We have so much work to do is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like we have so much work to do in this regard, and it's not just men. Okay? Women also need to ask themselves why they're having babies. Okay, it's a very important question. It's very important.
You just said that a huge amount of men between the age of 15 and 50 will not pass on their genes. They will effectively die out of the gene mating pool. So people will hear that and many people will go, well, that's evolution.
Yeah.
But I want to understand if there's a counterpoint to that. Should society intervene? Why is, in the short term, we're going to have a lot of men who are disillusioned, that become incels, find themselves in pockets of the internet, are resentful, all those kinds of things. But should society intervene to course correct that? Should we put systems in place to make sure that those men meet partners?
I'm gonna answer that question with a question.
Okay.
If, let's say, a huge swath of people are dying out from cancer, should we intervene with that?
Yes.
If a huge swath of people are dying out from like a virus, should we intervene
100%,
with that?
yes.
If a huge swath of people are dying out from genocide, should we intervene with that?
Yes.
So I think
trick question. Listen to what he said. Him putting genocide in that is so pointed because most of the people watching this podcast probably don't give a fuck about it. And he's saying, if you have to just, do you not see how important this is? This is such a big deal. Okay, I'm going to explain this. This is how I see what he just said. He just said, if you care about people, we want to fight cancer and genocide. Because you have to understand the same people that are worried about their genes ending, these men who are worried don't give a fuck about Palestinians or Sudanese or any of these people being genocided. So he's saying, you care about this, but do you also care about this? He's saying if we want to, he's not pointing, he's not saying gotcha, but it is a psychological gotcha. And that's why he's not red pill. That's why he's not conservative. That's why when he says certain things, he is signaling very heavy, a very specific thing that I think gets so missed. I really think it gets so missed in the world because imagine we're openly having a conversation about, is genocide bad? Yes. But the fact that we're even asking the question. So yeah, I agree with him. We should be concerned about this baby crisis in the same way we should be worried about genocide. They're both an indication that something is going terribly wrong. The solution, though, is what we're arguing about, right? Or the why.
Two important things.
One is slightly different, though, isn't it? Because it's whether
so one is about death.
Yeah.
Right? So one is like, if a human being is dying, we should step in. But natural selection isn't necessarily about death. This is what's really tricky about it. This is why I think it gets hard. Natural selection is about passing on your genes.
Yeah.
Right? It's about creating viable offspring. And this is where if someone, and I think we also say yes, like if there's, a couple.
And most of the conservatives you meet, they don't care if they have disabled kids, guys. So they're not even thinking about it from some like true eugenics, perfect genes perspective. They're thinking about it as like God's children or making souls for Jesus, or they're not even thinking about the whole lane of genetic. That's why when this is what happened in the boy bubble. The boy bubble's stupid. The boy bubble use big words that sound science to sound smart. Boy bubble say genes and think all of a sudden they know anything about science. Boy bubble use big words, sound stupid, or sound smart but stupid. Okay? They literally talk about genes as if they know anything about genetics. And that's the point. Boys co-opt like smart people language to sound like they know what they're talking about when realistically they do not care. And that's the point. They do not know. So that's why when I hear them have these conversations, I'm like, you don't even know anything about genetics. You're not even asking a real question.
That wants to have a child and that child has cystic fibrosis, should we help that couple? Should we help a couple procreate? We also say yes.
Yeah.
So that's why we have IVF and things like that. So I think that the tricky thing about the reason that this is different is because that's a couple. If a woman is unable to have kids, even if we say if a man is unable to have kids, should we medically intervene so that they're capable of having kids? Yes. Right? So if we're talking about a couple, if we're talking about a human being and there's a medical problem, or if we're talking about protecting people from death, the answer is yes. This is a new question, which is, do people have the right, and I don't know if right is, maybe that's the right word, to reproduce? And this is what's so challenging about it is like the
legally, yes. Morally, no. Legally, yes. You have the right to procreate and produce offspring. Morally, ethically, girl. Okay.
Answer is basically no, because for men, that requires the consent of someone else. And my right.
Oh, don't you love how none of the people that were criticizing Dr. K bothered to add in this section here?
The answer is basically no, because for men, that requires the consent of someone else. And my right to reproduce never trumps someone's right to not want to reproduce with me. Yeah. I think we sort of accept that, right? That's correct. Now, this is where the fundamental biological difference comes in, because a woman doesn't need.
So all of these people you know what I'm saying? He is literally working so hard to be the one voice in this space who's trying to tell men, I hear you, I see you. This still isn't the answer. This is the answer. And I'm just saying, now you make me look like a woman who's out here defending a man so hard. But that's because your assessment and criticism of him is wrong. If I'm wrong, call me out. But I feel like he's doing everything possible to put the most good and progressive ideas into these men's brains in a way that they'll hear. And how could you hear him say this and be like, he thinks women should do all the work? He hasn't even talked about women once. He's literally only talking about the problem and possible solutions.
A man to reproduce, I can go to a sperm bank. And once again, you can argue that you can get laid if you want to, but that hasn't been my experience. I think women struggle with loneliness and finding sexual partners and stuff quite a bit.
Women also suffer from loneliness
as well.
The patriarchal desire to make the loneliness epidemic about men and women engaging with men are only lonely and women aren't is totally a disregard to the fact that lots of women are lonely and are so desperate for everything. Like, I have so many friends of mine who are women who have so many friends, but they're so lonely. And we're just ignoring them because they have a social life and they have degrees and they have a house and they have all these great things. But guys, they're lonely. And women are falling for it. Women are falling into the rhetoric that women are great with community and that women aren't suffering and that they're suffering. This is why I say stop falling for this rhetoric that women are great and we're perfect and we're not suffering. We're all suffering. Yes, we have better solutions and we have found ways to be better, but we are still suffering. Again, it's like this weird thing that we do together as a community in the binary men and women bubbles, where it's like, well, if men just wanted to be not lonely, call your buddies and ask how you're doing. Yes. But then why are all my girlfriends who have that access still lonely? Because they haven't deconstructed partnership. They haven't deconstructed this. They haven't deconstructed this. It's not just having friends. It's not just having a job or a college education or a house. Okay?
Really bad perception on the internet. So I think this is like a new problem for society, which is why it hasn't been solved. Now, that's why the track that I take, I don't know what the societal answer is. I'm not a sociologist. So what I have found, thankfully, we don't need to solve, or I don't think we need to solve that problem. Does it need to be solved? Sure. Should someone solve it? I think so. But I think what I found works really well is that usually the problem that these men are failing to adapt to can be fixed. But the problem is that the solutions that work for the people who are successful will not work for the people who are unsuccessful.
Okay, so now he's going to talk about that clip I showed you earlier where it's like, I'm married and my solution won't work. We already watched that, okay? Is this the right clip? I think did we already go through this?
Male crisis. We've talked about getting more in touch with yourselves. Is there anything else? Do we need more positive role models, or is it really not about the external at all?
No, we didn't watch. Okay, listen.
So I think all that stuff is true. So we know that, for example, like
this is from the podcast where he said you need to hug men more.
There's like a loneliness crisis and things like that. I think that it's not just role models. Like we need individual responsibility. So like, for example, everyone will say, yeah, like I know it's a real tragedy that men don't have friends, but it's not my job to fix. I will hear this from both men and women that like it's a real tragedy, but it's not my responsibility. It's sad that this thing happened, but it's not my which makes sense, right? No human being is responsible for another human being. But then the question kind of becomes like, okay, let's play that tape through to the end. What happens to that person? Whose responsibility is it? So if you look at a lot of what's going on with men right now, it's loneliness, it's isolation, it's touch starvation, it's suicidality,
sexlessness as well.
Sexlessness, and it's no individual.
So when people hear touch starvation, that is separate from sex. I don't think people understand. This is why when I came out of conservatism, which I come from a very physical family, okay, we wrestle, we hang out, we're always like, I come from a pretty physical family. And the few siblings in the family who do not like to be touched will tell you our family is very like, ugh. Anyway, my friends, after I left conservatism and joined more friend groups, cuddle piles, hangouts, sleepovers, showering together, like just, the most physical cuddle, puppy cuddle. It was great. It was just so great. And it was so clear too that there was, you have to figure out how to do it with the right people and how to be safe about it. But that feeling of being able to hug someone and hold somebody and have it be like safe and consensual and platonic and or sometimes sexual, but mostly platonic, to have the relationship with people that says like, can you give me a hug? Can you humanize me? That's why, listen, that's why I say in situations in which I really hate somebody for their thoughts, not hate somebody, but like, let's say I really hate this guy's like beliefs. Okay. In a moment of humanity, I might still give them a hug, but the hug has to be the right kind of hug from the right kind of place. A man coming up to me and saying, can I have a hug? No, bro, go away, you pervert. Seeing somebody in pain, seeing somebody really going through and saying like, hey, bro, do you need a hug? And then being like, oh my gosh, yes, I'm there for you, bro. I'll hug you. Okay? I don't know you. I don't know your beliefs. Maybe I see you and I think I don't like you, but I'll hug you. Okay? And I cannot tell you as somebody who has always been, because I, who I am, the girl who people will be like, bro, I need a hug. I'm like, okay. And like, they're really, when they're upset, they come to, it's again, I think there is a maturity that is lacking, a seriousness that is lacking in our commentary. And I am working every day to be that person in the future, but I'm not her right now. Okay. I'm just not smart enough or mature enough. I'm not wise enough. And I see Dr. K and I think like, yeah, there's something really special here that the world just wants to kill. The world wants to kill Dr. K's work. It wants to snuff him out. It wants to accuse him of so many things. And I see him and I'm like, he's one of the only voices I see that I'm like, this might be a lot. Him, Vervaeke, Britt Hartley. Like, I think there's something really unique about these content creators. These people who, by the way, are first and foremost professionals in their field and then content creators. I think that's important. Okay. And I do think that these are the people, and I'm not saying you have to be a professional in your field, but I'm saying you have to have something that's yours. So for me, it's the levels. Like I know it might seem stupid to the internet, but it's very serious to me in the sense that I think it's something really real. I think I'm going to die. And I think in 50 to 1,000 years, somebody's going to say there once was a person who lived who had this one thing and it really helped me. And I think that's really significant. But I don't think it's about legacy. I don't care if anyone ever remembers my name, but I think I didn't invent it. I discovered something that seems to be true for many people around the world. And I want to be one of the people that gets it out there. But I don't, I'm working on it. So what I'm doing is I'm creating something outside of myself. And that's what all these people did. They've been creating things outside of themselves. Vervaeke created The Meaning Crisis. Dr. K has Healthy Gamer. Britt Hartley has all of the series and work she's doing. That's why I say like, you need to create something out of yourself. And that's why people make babies. But I'm saying, hear me out, maybe babies, but also maybe books, but also maybe art, but also maybe a play, but also maybe food, maybe a sculpture, maybe a land, maybe something. We need to create, to harm reduce, to bring something beautiful into the world. I'm not, I don't want you to create things like, I shot a car into space. Okay, sit down, Elon. Okay, I created Grok, not helping. you have to also create something that helps bring down like the harm reduction. We want to or the bad. We want to bring down the bad, right? Okay, back to Dr. K.
Person's responsibility. But the real problem with this is that these are not problems that men can solve on their own. This is exactly why this is the problem that men are experiencing. Because as men, we are taught to be independent. We are taught to be, you should fix everything on your own.
And without putting them on a pedestal, right? Because Chad says, great lesson I learned from you is to look at adults you respect and take from them as their life is proof of their success. 100. And don't pedestal them. Don't pedestal these people, because Dr. K will say wrong things, Vervaeke will say wrong things, Britt Hartley will say wrong things, I will say wrong things. Do not pedestal them, okay? But also, you know?
Your own. And so men have fixed all of the things that we can fix on our own. The only thing that's left is the things that we must rely on other people for, right? So no one's complaining about, you know, I mean, a lot of men are obese, but there's not like an obesity, there's a crisis, but that's not what's bothering people. That's not where we're losing the war. We're not losing the war on baldness, right? So there are lots of things as a man that you can fix in your own life. It's just the real challenge is that no one is willing to take responsibility for any level of connection with men. And so that's not something that is going to get fixed, because you need another human being to hug you. Like, you can't.
This reminds me of, I think everyone would benefit from reading Bell Hooks, All About Love, because of the conversations around toxicity and abuse and love. I think everybody would benefit from it. But even in that book, Bell Hooks says some things that I'm like, you know what I mean? And I don't blame her. She's a product of her time. But also, we want to correct it. But I think people should start pushing that book towards men, because I think it's helpful. But, you know, that's a good example too. Love Bell Hooks. Great work. And that's the point. And also. So know that, like, you calling me out and you saying, Britt, I think you missed the mark, you might be totally correct. Okay? You might be totally correct, right? Chez says, I love Brittany, Dr. K content girl. When are you going to have him on have him on the live stream? I mean, maybe. I have a lot of social anxiety now, guys. I have a lot of anxiety over collaborations. But yeah, maybe. I was thinking about it. I don't know.
Hug yourself. It just doesn't work.
I definitely have a great topic for him planned. I'm just fighting my own anxieties.
So and my area of focus tends to be on introspection, because I think that's like really, really powerful, but there's all kinds of other stuff that's important. Mentorship, role models, all that kind of stuff. But I think ultimately through introspection.
Oh, thank you, chat. Says Bell Hooks is The Will to Change is the book where she really directly addresses patriarchy in men. There you go. Book recommendation.
You can attain complete peace, no matter who you are.
Oh, hold on. Let's rewind
all that kind of stuff. But I think ultimately through introspection, you can attain complete peace, no matter who you are, what you're.
100%. Now, I had been saying this years before I got on the Dr. K train, which is why I'm on the Dr. K train, because he says what I say, and I think I'm right. Introspection is the key. Extrospection, the key. But remember, everybody introspects. We're talking about degrees now. The degree in which you introspect is the degree in which you heal. And the introspection, extrospection is an exploration. It's like a practice. It's kind of like a verb. It's an action. It's a process, and it doesn't happen overnight. It's a process.
What your path is, circumstances. I think it's kind of like the silver bullet, which is what the Buddha discovered.
So are you saying now that as a society, we should take on more of the responsibility for some of these big fundamental issues that men and people in crisis can't solve for themselves?
Subtly, no. Not a society. Because as a society, who's part? No, I mean you. I mean, your listeners as individuals need to take responsibility. And it's not that you have to take responsibility. It's not fair to you to be responsible for someone else. But unless everyone who's listening to this podcast goes out and literally hugs a man, no.
When he says everyone listening to this podcast, guys, it's like 90% men listening to this podcast, if not more. Remember that. I think Dr. K is smart enough to know that. I do. I think he is aware of exactly who's listening to him. And so when women who don't watch this pod and don't watch Dr. K make it about them, they are missing the point that he's not talking to you, girl. Be quiet. He's not talking to you. And so, like, when you say, I can't believe he's saying this, he's not talking to you. And what you're doing is, because men, listen, if the men who are in these positions are already fucking ruminating and looping on their fucking destruction, because remember, he's a doctor, his job is to heal people regardless of who they are, okay? Then when he says this, he can't say men should hug other men. Because now it's going to sound like, oh, so you're saying men are responsible. Even if it might be true, This is why I couldn't do his job, because I would say that. I'd be like, men have to start being with men. But see, when I say it, I just sound like a woman who's being like, men. And then men get defensive and they don't want to hear it and they can't deconstruct. Guys, if they're already misogynist, they don't want to listen to me. And if they already, like, you know what I'm saying? So if when Dr. K says it, so even if Dr. K said men should hug other men, they're more likely to hear him. Right? So like it's all dependent on what your actual goal is. And again, his goal is to target like some of the most vulnerable and I think neglected. If you want you want to hear controversial truth? I think incels in particular and a lot of men are deeply neglected. To even identify as an incel means you were so deeply neglected as a child. Because children who are not deeply neglected do not go down the incel route. Remember when Kidology identified as a femcel for a second? She was deeply neglected as a child. And she's a woman, a lesbian, identifying as a femcel. And I'm like, girl. And she was adopted. She had that horrible situation about being adopted by a white man, a whole thing, da-da-da-da-da. Because otherwise, why would you identify as that? It's not a good identifier. It's not even an empowering label. It's literally so bad for your mental health to identify as a cell. Incel. But by the way, just a reminder to new people in my audience, fun fact, the word incel co-opted. A lesbian created it. A lesbian created it to explain a phenomenon she was having as a lesbian who was struggling to date in a homophobic society, incel. Then it got co-opted by men, which of course they did, and now it's a man term. And now it is what it is. But for the record, a lesbian created it. And she was really making an amazing commentary on homophobia in society. Ruined by men. But okay, whatever. You know, it is what it is. Look it up. It's such a good story, but it is what it is.
No one else is going to do it. Because if you don't...
Words change. People co-opt them. It's over.
Do it. Who's going to do it? You can't rely on society. We've been relying on society to fix the problem. It's not working. Society can't do shit.
So you're saying me?
Me,
Forget
yes.
society. Don't wait for government to have some kind of intervention.
How's it working out?
Not great. I mean, the direction of travel as it relates to these sort of
And it's funny that men will say it's because we live in a matriarchy. We don't live in a matriarchy, girls. Come on.
key issues like loneliness are only getting worse and worse. Suicidality seems to be getting worse and worse. Now you've got this young generation of women.
Listen to this. Listen to this part that none of the women who clipped him and none of the men who clipped him added in either. Because again, I don't know if they're coming back and watching the full podcast or watching his work. Listen to this.
Well, that are exploding in their suicidality.
Yes.
Young women. I think it's the fastest growing group at the moment, if my stats are correct there.
Yeah, so we have one really interesting thing is that men and women are becoming more equal in many ways, but in unfortunate ways. So female suicidality is getting worse. We're also seeing like male body dysmorphia on the rise. And I suspect it's way worse than we realize. But I think that what we're starting to see is less of a discrepancy in gender-related health issues. So the things that used to be predominantly men are now women are catching up, which is a bad thing. And things that were predominantly women, now men are catching up. So body dysmorphia in men, addictions in women are on the rise. So things are getting worse.
Exactly. Things are getting worse, which is why he gives a prescription of introspection. I give a suggestion of introspection. To prescribe is too much for me, but I will say introspection. Maybe he's not even making a prescription. He might just be making a suggestion. Introspection. Therapy without introspection, useless. You still have to introspect, girls. Okay. Now, do you understand the vibes? Yes, all of us are locked into the vibes. Okay. Let's go back. Okay. This is what I think they think Dr. K is. Oops, hold on.
Ladies, men do not care about your career, ladies. I'm sorry, they just don't. They will date a waitress at Applebee's over a corporate executive if they treat them right and make their lives easier.
This is like the red pill rhetoric, but yet look at the way the man who, this is Chris Williamson, look at the way his guest responds to this comment, which I think is interesting and kind of is more realistic. Red pillars are not realistic. Their data is wrong and they're using the data wrong. But listen to this.
What does the science say about this?
Well, the men don't care about your career. It kind of depends on what men you're talking about. If you're talking about successful men, they clearly do. I mean, there's no...
Listen to this. This this guest, I don't know who he is, but he's saying something very important because remember, there's a whole bubble that says men don't care about what you do, men don't care about this, but real successful men, real educated men, oh, their women are educated. Their women have status. If your woman is just a trophy and it's just about looks, then it's not family legacy. This is the difference between new rich and old money. New money is like the version of the man who says he doesn't care if you're a waitress. Old money is like, did you go to Harvard? Did you go to Yale? Who are your parents? Who are your grandparents?
No, like this whole meme of successful men will date what did you say, a waitress? Applebee's waitress. Okay. So the successful men will date an Applebee's waitress. Doesn't line up with the data that richer men tend to select richer women. More educated men tend to select more educated women. Richer women appear basically immune to the decline in marriage that has transpired since the 1970s. So when you look at this data holistically, it doesn't seem to be the case that there is a effect of men selecting downward for youth and beauty.
Okay. If something is really well liked, if there's a general consensus, okay, oh God, let him finish. I'll explain.
And whatnot at the
trading
expense,
wealth for looks.
Yeah, at the expense of career and education. When you look at the most successful men, they tend to pair up with the most successful women.
Men do not.
Okay, now, which is why, you know, when people say, oh, Bill Gates' wife, like she's only rich because Bill Gates, these women are very successful. Okay. Now let me give this. Okay. This again, I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings because I am with you in this. Listen to me. We are the same. So I'm not hurting your feelings because we are the same. Remember this. Okay. Whoa, Brittany. Rich, okay, wealthy people live here. Okay. We live here. Okay, this is us. And then the truly impoverished live down here. Okay, the truly impoverished. They're not even in the picture. You can't even see them. Okay, oh, that's sad. Hold on. You can't even see them. They're way down here, okay? Okay. If there is a product in the universe, let's say a romantic movie or TV show that shows you the fantasy of the ultra rich and wealthy marrying the girl who works at Starbucks, understand they are selling you a fantasy. They are not interested in you, nor will it ever be you, because they are marrying in a completely different bubble than you, at a completely different level. And the same way, somebody in chat asked me this one time. They said, how do I become a nanny to like really wealthy families? And I said, oh, Habibi, you are dirt on their shoe. I was a professional nanny. Okay. I would get my licenses. I would take safety classes. I had an amazing resume for a middle-class nanny. They would never even look at me. I am not a college graduate. I do not have a degree. I do not have XYZ. Not only do wealthy families not just pick any nanny, but the nanny usually has to come from a particular background. With peace and love, that's okay. That's not you. All of these boys in these bubbles who are trying so hard to be one of the rich guys, they're trying to get out of this middle place here, and they make fun of women in the same way women fantasize about the rich man coming into the deli and then picking them out of the line while they're wearing a hairnet. Men fantasize about being the billionaire. Men fantasize about rich guys being like, you want to come hang out on my yacht, bro? And then them becoming one of the peers. Like, you are not equals to these men in these bubbles. And I'm not saying you want to be either. I'm saying that's the facade, though. As long as you chase validation from these bubbles that think of you as less, you're not deconstructing the system as it is. You're not even asking yourself, wait, why do I even want to be wealthy? Same for women that chase prominence in capitalism. Wait, is being a girl boss being just as fucking unethical and evil as these men? No. That's the problem, though. Women were sold lean in feminism. I was sold it. I bought it. I snorted it like cocaine, like it was the 80s and I was in a bathroom. Okay. And I thought, yeah, the goal is to be wealthy. The goal is to be rich. Not like, $2 2 million at retirement, 6 million at retirement, a nice little payout rich. I thought my goal was to be a billionaire. I thought, yeah, that must be what it is. And then I was like, this does not make me happy. Pursuing this makes me miserable. I don't have any connections in these bubbles. Why do I think this is my life that I want? And then I was like, this isn't the life I want, is it? And it took a while for me to realize, like, yeah, this isn't joy, but I can see why people think it is. And this is why I say, okay, money is not the answer. Money isn't going to bring you fulfillment or joy. And I know you think it does, because why wouldn't you? You don't have any and the rent is due. But when you have enough to pay rent, you have enough to buy your house, you have enough to do all these things. And by the way, for the record, I don't have enough money to buy a house yet, but I'm telling you right now, money's not the answer. I'm already good, because the answer was that loneliness epidemic. The answer was that relationship with self. That answer was introspection. Guys, I'm telling you right now, I struggle with money the way everyone who's an adult struggles with money. You have a nice job, it's pretty secure, you're making a decent income, but man, you still got to save, you still got to budget, you got to think about what you buy. Yeah, I'm in that bubble. It's okay. But I'm not lonely anymore. My sense of meaning is solid. I know what I'm doing in the universe. Everything is good. And yet, I am not rich. I don't have 6 months worth of savings. I have no investments. I have none of that yet. And yet, I'm vibing. And I'm vibing because the work that I've been doing is the work that I think is causing all of the problems in the world, which is like the introspection, the deconstruction, the therapy, the really understanding that like you really are having an experience. And I think that's the conversation that I want to always get people down to, is like all of these bubbles that you're so busy trying to get out of or get into, all of these like K-dramas that we love to watch, all of these romance stories and everything, all of this advice on these Menosphere podcasts, all of these women who I think have good intentions but are making kind of slop content. I said what I said. Okay, I get it. I'm there too. We're just YouTubers at the end of the day, but isn't everyone just whatever at the end of the day? You know, we're all trying to do our best, but we are missing the forest for the trees. We are not deeply understanding the issue at hand. And there's some really deep issue at hand that I think is obviously a meaning crisis. And it is not going to be fixed ultimately by the gender war, but I don't blame you for engaging in the gender war. It pays bills, it feels good, and honestly, it's justified. In a world that's so patriarchal, it feels really fucking justified to be like, fuck all men. But also, I hope when we're not just reacting to evil men on the internet and we go home to our families, we actually do love people who happen to be men. And, you know, maybe you're a man. You don't know. But also, I think this comes from my perspective as a queer person, as a gender fluidity kind of person, where at this point, I just can't imagine at home. At work, it's different. But I couldn't imagine coming home and looking at my partner and just, you know, thinking bad of them because they happen to be a man. And I do think you internalize these things, whether you think so or not. But again, this conversation doesn't feel safe to have because some red pillar's got to see my content and be like, see, Brittany cares, Brittany gets it, fuck off. But that's the thing. Can we not have a real conversation? Pretend a man isn't listening. Pretend there are no men who could ever hear this conversation. Can we be honest and say, like, girl, you know you don't want to go to bed hating men. But also, I understand why you're angry. Men as a system fucking suck. And also, right? The problem is that we don't want men to hear us because they're not going to hear the right message. What they're going to hear is, see, women do want men. See, women like us. See, maybe if I neg her more, maybe if I call her fat one more time, that will be it and she'll put out. And that's really the problem, right? Chad says, for me, men are guilty until proven innocent. And I think that's a trauma response. I think living in a world where men are guilty until they're proven innocent is a response to the predatory systems at play that maintain patriarchy, that create misogyny, that create harm. But if you introspect and really meditate, we're all just animals on a planet. That's like saying all dogs are bad dogs or all dogs are like gonna kill me until proven otherwise. You know what I mean? It's like, no, like, or all pit bulls. How about pit bulls, since they get such a bad rap? All pit bulls are a threat to my life until proven otherwise. I mean, I guess if you want to go through life thinking like that, but I don't really think like that. You know what I mean? But I think that takes a long time. Like, you have to deconstruct it, right? Chad said, should I not be that way? Why is it wrong? Okay, well, this is a back to basics conversation, right? Let's ask ourselves some questions. When children are born, Do we want to assign actions to their gender? Do we want to say, because you are born a boy, you are guilty until proven innocent? Is that a prescription we'd like to make on children? Okay, you said no. Okay, well, why not? Didn't you just say men are guilty until proven innocent? What are men? Men are boys, right? Who internalize the world around them and are shaped by the world around them, right? So if men are shaped by the world around them and they're getting information, but they're not understanding it, not to mention a layer of this is also just like comprehension, right? When we talk and we have a conversation about it, right? Chet said because they're blank slates, men are adults. Okay, children are not blank slates. That's actually a misconception. They come into the world with a whole makeup all on their own. They are not blank. They are fully formed. Okay? Having a full experience in the most present, but okay. Fine. Men are former boys that are now adults and they're guilty. So what age do they become guilty? 17, 18, 19, 20, 35, 45? At what age does the boy go from boy to man and start becoming guilty? When does it start? Real question. I'm not trying to get a gotcha. I'm trying to be serious. Like, when does it happen? Right? Let me know. Because I hear you. You're reacting, right? The state of the world is a certain way, so you're reacting. You said, honestly, teenagers. So 13 or 12? 12? 13? So 13-year-old boys are guilty until proven innocent. Is that what you're saying? What do you think? Yeah, 12 or 13. Okay, so in your belief system, you think children should be targeted as guilty and that these children have to earn their right to be seen as innocent. And how do you become an innocent adult? What does that mean? Guilty, you know, guilty and then innocent. What does it mean to be an innocent adult? What does that mean? What does an innocent adult look like? Innocent of what? And why doesn't this apply to women who uphold patriarchy? Right? What do you think? Chet said, wait, what do you mean targeted? I don't think we should target anyone unless we're targeting them to help them. Wait, are you having a confusion about this conversation or am I? Wait, I'm scrolling through your comments. Let me make sure. Hold on. For me, men are guilty until proven innocent. You said should not be that way. Is that wrong? And then you said guilty at age 12 and 13. And you said, what do you mean targeted? I don't think we should target anyone. Ooh. I'm saying they're innocent until proven guilty, as I'm skeptical of them. They're innocent until proven guilty? Didn't you just wait, am I dyslexic? Hold on, I am dyslexic. Did I read your sentence wrong? I'm saying they're innocent until proven guilty, as I'm skeptical of them. I know they're probably not an ally or safe to be around. So you're saying, you said it the wrong way around. So you are saying they're guilty until proven innocent. That's a target. You put a target on their back by doing that. So chat said a perfect thing, right? Chat said, what does this mean for black boys who are already seen as adults? What does this mean for black children who are already seen by the cops as adults enough to shoot or be held? You know, this is what I'm saying. Like, how does this not play into racism? So you are looking at children and saying they're guilty. And I'm saying, yeah, what does this mean? Chet says, believe victims is guilty until proven innocent in the sense, right? No, believe victims means hear people out and then look for resources. Believe victims mean I believe you. Let's look at the data. When you're listening to someone tell you a story about their life, you go, oh my God, I'm so sorry that happened to you. You don't assume automatically it's wrong. You go, can you tell me more about that? And you look for the data. If you're hesitant or cynical or don't believe something, it's on you to check the data, right? And so believe victims doesn't mean believe people without evidence. But it also means that, I'll show you a TikTok that's perfect for this, actually. Hold on.
I want to go for a run.
It says me as a woman versus society.
I want to go for a run. You can't go for a run alone. You'll get raped. All right, going to get my car in the parking garage. Oh, you mean the giant rape box? You better go get a security guard to escort you. I want to live alone. Well, if you want to live alone, you better get protection. You better get mace, a taser, a gun, a dog, a gun for your dog. Okay, what about the park? Oh, you mean Rape Central? Okay, fine. I just want to go get a drink. Well, then you better keep your eye on your drink the whole time because people put date rape drugs in there. And also keep your eyes out for rapists. I was raped. Are you sure? Seems highly improbable to me. I want to...
Okay, get it? Society sets us up to be worried about men our whole life. And then when something happens and we say we were raped, they're like, seems unlikely, right? Okay. Okay, now let's talk about this, guys. Hold on. So for people who are even saying like the 8-year-olds in their class are perpetrators of harm, it's not because they're boys. Ultimately, you do not do an action because you are a gender. This is the myth of patriarchy. The myth of patriarchy says because you are gender, you do said action. The fully deconstructed, dismantled view of a world without patriarchy is one in which gender does not then action. Okay? So that's our goal. Our goal, my goal, is to see people as genderless action. Gender does not equal action. But yes, we live in a world in which they are formed through patriarchy to fit into said actions. They are victims of patriarchy, and we need to intervene as fast as possible. But the problem is, too many people, we are outnumbered. Too many people believe that men should be this and girls ought to be this. And therefore, it is us against billions of people. Billions! We are the beginning steps, but not the first. People before us have tried to do this. We are this generation, and we're back again at the beginning again. So it is going to be very hard and very focused, which is why you need to check your own bias and prejudice. We don't want to be prejudiced or biased against men gender. We want to be hesitant and data-driven against systems, not gender. Not gender. This is very specific, right? You said I'm saying that because I'm more aware around boys 13 plus because I'm more likely to be targeted by them, but I'd like to know if that's an error in my thinking. Are you a teenager? That might change things. Are you a kid? Because if you're a kid, that'd be different. I don't usually have a lot of young people watching me like that. Are you a child? Or are you working with children? Like, why would you be more targeted by 13-year-old boys? I haven't seen a 13-year-old boy in 20 years. I don't even know a 13-year-old boy. You know what I mean? So I assume you are working with 13-year-old boys. You know, you said I'm an adult. Are you? Okay, I'm assuming you're working with children or something. Well, it's very hard. It's very hard, which is why we need to encourage people who are more like, if you're at a disadvantage working with teenage boys, there's a lot there that could be fixed before ahead of time. I would argue that your concern is not the boys. Your concern is the way the boys were raised. In the same way, guys, gender, race, bodies, like we don't want to be building up bigotry or prejudice towards people because of their body, okay? Or because of their internal compass or internal relationship with self, right? You said, no. Not only them, I mean, as soon as they're 13 or older, they could be more dangerous than, say, a woman any age. Oh, you're talking about the fact that boys are strong. Like they have some testosterone advantages, generally speaking. Because trust me, I can beat up a lot of 13-year-old boys, okay? There are a lot of 13-year-old boys out here who wouldn't stand a second with me in the ring. But you're talking about the 13-year-old boys that got muscle, they're taller, they have definition, they have a lot of... Okay, because there's a lot of little pug-ass nerd 13-year-old boys I could beat up. Okay? So you mean the boys that are... I get it. 100% I get it. That isn't because they're boys. That's because they're big and strong. But when we generalize the male experience as being big and strong, you also miss out on the fact that what about the teenage boys who don't fit into that stereotype? Are they less boy? Are you going to also judge them the same way? What if they're disabled and in a wheelchair? Are you still afraid of them? Because, like, honestly, you should be. They could run over you in a second. You know? That's the point. The point is like, it's not really the gender. You're worried about the way they show up, the way they could, the way that things could happen, but you're not, it's not that because they're boys. And I think that's the point I'm saying, come from a place where, you know, chances aren't they more likely to target people? Okay. Okay. I had a really scary experience with a group of teenage boys once. I won't go into it. It was honestly like traumatizing. And they were really scary. And in that moment, I thought to myself, how could a group of children make all of these adults feel so afraid? And they did. And it was really hard. But I realized in that moment, I couldn't blame the kids. I realized in that moment, it was such an obvious cry for attention. It was so obviously, what are you going to do? And I thought to myself, what are we going to do? After I was done being terrified, because genuinely, girl. But I thought to myself, what are we going to do about this? Because how fucked up was this situation that this group of boys terrified this whole group of adults, and none of us could do anything. And the only thing they had on them that we could understand was like backpacks and vegetables. Fruit, I think, in particular. And I kept thinking to myself, what a horrible situation this is, and why can't anyone do anything? Now, a big part of it was the group of adults around us was me, 5'1", Brittany, and elderly people. Men and women, but elderly. And I thought, oh, we can't do anything. Because the only thing in this moment that would make anything better was somebody stronger and bigger than them. Not somebody who would do something, but somebody who could do something in a way to humble. But that's not the answer either. That's the Band-Aid. So the Band-Aid solution was someone bigger and stronger to make them pause. But it wouldn't have been the solution because that wouldn't have in any way positively impacted the boys. It just would have de-escalated in a way that, or maybe escalated, who knows, right? So I hear you and I see you, but I think for me, this is just a symptom. And that symptom is not going to make me more bigoted. That symptom is not going to also, that situation, I refuse to let it make me feel that way about every group of boys I see. Because not every group of teenage boys is this boy. There are plenty of sweet and wonderful groups of teenage boys that are out here just buying matcha together, that are out there getting their nails done together, that are out here going to the gym together. There's lots of groups of teenage boys that help people with their groceries and do XYZ, right? So I'm not about to take this situation and apply it to every group of teenage boys I see. But I think the fact that those boys exist in the first place is such a testament to where the world is and where we are. And the fact that we don't have a solution for it should tell you what it really means to be like a person on the planet. You can't control others. You can only control yourself. And so what my work is trying to do, what I think a lot of people's work is trying to do, is trying to say, stop defining your worldview by the worst possible thing that could happen and start asking yourself, what are your values? How do you want to incorporate those values into morals? How do those morals impact your ethics? And how do those ethics allow you to move within the world that harm reduces? You know, that's the idea. The idea is that, you know, when we're having this conversation, we have to understand that it's very hard to deconstruct our like bigotry and prejudice. Does that make sense? Your prejudice. And yes, it might be for safety, but is it also going to come at the harm of a group of boys you see and they're just having a nice time and you're going to call the cops because you feel afraid when they're just trying to drink their matchas? Do you have the ability to truly introspect, extrospect in that moment and say, I'm not in trouble. These boys are fine. Everything is good. Do you have the discernment to say, I'm in trouble. I need to call for help? Because as long as you are afraid and doing it out of fear, you will hurt more people in the long run. Now, I'm not saying this, and I think this is important. Okay? If you have intuitive feelings, if you feel like the data makes sense and you feel afraid, but you don't know exactly why, it's okay to exit that situation and think on it later. You said, I think I do, but if you do, then why would you phrase it as guilty until innocent? If you really have the discernment, you would not need to make people guilty. You would humanize them first and judge them on the basis of their actions second, right? So why would you then say, I have this discernment and also I'm going to assume you're guilty? How does that make any sense? And to the chatter earlier, I don't know where it is, but I think you talked about a male babysitter. Let me say this. There are people who are men that I'd be more than happy letting babysit children. It might not be most men because most people aren't even raised right, but definitely I've met so many men, so many boys that would make great babysitters. The problem is a lot of these people, and I think this is the problem with a lot of us, we don't really know who's safe in what way because we haven't really thought about it in a much deeper way. Like my parents, my partner and I, before when we decided not to have kids, a big part of it was the village. What village did we have accessible for our children? And my parents, they wouldn't be able to babysit our kids. Not because I think there'd be sexual abuse, but because there'd be bigotry abuse. My kids would be in a home being influenced by their grandparents who would say bigoted things against queer and gay people or gender fluid people, i.e. their parents. Right? Like, in what way would I send my kids to that home? But if I told my parents that, they'd be like, what? What do you think? You think I'm going to do something to your kids? No, you're not going to do something. You're going to say something. You're not going to do something. You're going to put Fox News on in the background or a Catholic channel. You're not going to do something to my kids. You're going to talk at dinner time about your opinions about vaccines. And no one's going to be there to correct you. It'd be different if my parents and I were with my kids and my parents go, you know, ivermectin, the one from the pet store is amazing. And I go, ivermectin from the doctor is better. Okay? It's different if I'm there to counter the misinformation. But that's why I say, like, this is a problem of humanity as a species as a whole. This is not something that gets fixed overnight, right? You said, I think I phrased it wrong. I use guilt as a placeholder for skepticism. I'm skeptical of them until I get to know them. Prejudice. You know, guys, I'm really skeptical of Black people. When I see Black people, I just think to myself, you know, statistics show, you know, the numbers show. What are you talking about? You know, gay men, they're all into younger boys. When I see a gay man, I just wonder, does he like my child? Come on. We can't, no. Not ultimately, not if we're truly deconstructing. Okay? Not if we're truly deconstructing. Not if we're truly introspecting. Not if we're truly eradicating patriarchy from our thought and our mindset. No. But your cautiousness against men raised in patriarchy who are not deconstructing is valid. But you can't apply it to every man. You would have to apply it generally to people who haven't deconstructed. Right? So men as a system, be cautious of. Men as people, no. No, like that's not the way you want to think about men. Again, I don't want men to hear this conversation who are misogynist and be like, he. This isn't about you. This is a safe space for people to really ask themselves, how do I really ask myself, what does humanity even mean? Remember that conservatives are justifying the genocide against Palestinians because they're homophobic. They're pinkwashing the genocide. Well, I don't care. I don't know why you guys care about this whole group of people if they think gay people should die. Right? Oh, see, chat says, right, I don't treat anyone differently besides avoiding them whenever possible. I will never have a male doctor. Okay, I think we're done with this conversation. I'll comment on that in a second. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for being vulnerable. You are wrong. And you are prejudiced. And you are absolutely doing a disservice to yourself and others. Male doctors can be some of the most helpful and wonderful people in the world. They can help you so deeply, not because they're men, but because they happen to be good doctors who are men. Women are great doctors, not because they're women, but because they're doctors. And yes, if your doctor, regardless of gender, does their research, is deconstructed, they're great. And I say this as somebody who's almost always had a female physician. I've almost always worked exclusively with women doctors, but I have had male doctors in the past, and they've been fantastic. Okay? Okay? You said, I agree with you, but I'm not going to take the chance. And that is your right, and that is fine for now. But I think until I couldn't imagine a joyful, healed person holding that belief, because what you believe matters. So I'll give it to you. You're okay where you are. It is what it is. It's a journey. But for my greater audience, I certainly want you to deconstruct that, because ultimately, gender is fluid. I mean, I'm a man. Would you not let me be your doctor? If I was a doctor, you'd probably say, but you're not a real man though, right? And I get you. I get what you're saying. But also, what does that mean? You know, these are all the questions we have to have. It's like, but also, you know, my mother used to say this growing up, and this is internalized misogyny. My mom would say, I only have male doctors because I had a female doctor once. She was your delivery doctor, and I didn't like the way she gave me care. So I never went back to a woman doctor. I only work with men. Was that the answer? No. You know, right? Chad says, I'm not going to stop thinking about it. You could be my doctor. I'll have a queer male doctor even. There you go. So there you go. You're thinking, you're into, like, your instinct isn't technically, like, it's based off something real, right? 99% of violence, or 91, it's like 98% of the violence is committed by men. I hear you. And also, but I hear you. And I think you're really working with good numbers here. I just think we should do something about those numbers as well. So, okay. You got it. Okay, now let's do this, right? So now we've seen this content, but we're not done. You've seen Dr. K. We've had this great conversation. Thank you for that. Okay, now let's do this, right? Let's do this. Get ready.
Intervene to course correct that? Should we put systems in place to make sure that those men meet partners?
Does society have a responsibility to correct this? Bro is seriously asking if we should intervene in the problem of fewer men being able to have children. Now, Dr. K, to his credit, says no. Society does not have a responsibility.
I love that she's the only one who has the context so far.
To remedy this.
Do people have the right to reproduce? The answer is basically no, because for men, that requires the consent of someone else.
A person's right to reproduce never overrides someone's right to not want to reproduce with them. Men do not have a right to children. Period. Full stop. This brings us to Chris Williamson. If Dr. K is the doctor telling you that men are starving, Chris Williamson is the pharmacist handing out the cure. And the cure is, you guessed it, women's compliance. Chris is a frequent guest on the podcast. Recently, Bartlett asked him how he would solve the love crisis. And Chris's advice for women? Cultivate receptiveness.
One other thing I think that is maybe a slightly unusual strategy that women can cultivate is receptiveness. So I think, especially in a post-Me Too world, a lot of guys are very scared of approaching, guys have always been scared of approaching women, but in a post-Me Too world, they've been taught that anything short of a hell yeah is a no, get away from me, so that you don't make the girl feel uncomfortable. Guys already were quite nervous going up and talking to you. So you have to treat a man and his interest kind of like slightly inexperienced golden retriever. It needs to be very loud, very obvious signals of interest from you.
A golden retriever?
This is again another, I love her. This is Therese. Therese? Yeah, we watched her. She made another, which video of hers did we watch? I really like her. You know what's funny? My sister just sent me one of her videos and says, do you know this girl? I just started watching her. And I said, yeah, we watched her on stream. What happens is we get on this microphone, myself included, and we say this thing as if men are a monolithic experience. Not all men struggle to approach women. Not all women are waiting for men to approach, right? So we've been trained by society to assume that this is the most desired relationship dynamic. So we build a standard off of this. Again, when we talk about standards, and this is why I say maybe the standard is good for some, but not for all. So this is this is the, whoa, Brittany, hello, happy much? This is the standard, okay? So we notice that the standard seems to appeal to the most people. So then we go, I guess this is what we should do. Instead of realizing like, that doesn't mean this doesn't work. That doesn't mean the pockets of the world you see around you doesn't work. It doesn't mean, that's why I always say, I remember when I start to introduce more unorthodox ways of courtship or partnership or having connection with people, and they're like, Brittany, men can't do that. That's not normal. If I can do it, you can do it. I'm not the exception. When you live in a world where Brittany gets to be the exception, you live in a world where, one, you're saying I'm better than you, because honestly, but two, you're putting me on a pedestal that doesn't exist. I'm just a person like everybody else. So I'm not saying you can do it exactly like me, but if we can live in a world where people can watch porn and it's healthy, We should probably get there. Everyone is always complaining about porn. Okay, I have a really good relationship with porn. Do you guys want to hear how I do it? And they're like, no. And I'm like, but if I have a good relationship with it, do you want? No. Okay, but what about, no. Okay, again, there's like my farm brother, the one I told you about? Do you know what he believes? And I'm going to put him on blast right now. We were having a conversation about porn because I was like, you got to stop telling your kids not to masturbate. And he was like, what? And I was like, you're going to drive your kids crazy. They are going to be so fucking horny and pent up and you're going to fucking confuse them. Stop telling your kids they can't masturbate. Leave your kids alone. Leave their genitals alone. He's like, okay, first of all, they're not even interested in that stuff yet. I was like, you don't know that. And second of all, he was just like, listen, porn leads to sex trafficking. I was like, please sit the fuck down. Who told you that? And he goes, yeah, without porn, no sex trafficking. And I said, God damn it. I'm not even going to talk to you right now. I'm so mad. I was like, I love you so much. I'm not going to talk to you right now. I was like, that is not what causes sex trafficking. And like, we were laughing and like, we were like bantering as siblings, but that is the problem with conservative bubbles. They literally don't understand why things happen. They don't understand why porn can be a problem. Dr. K loves video games, but he also understands why they can be a problem. But he's not going to say video games are unique or porn is unique. He's going to say, yeah, these are your problems right now, but it's actually not unique to porn or video games. The problem with conservatives is they're like, oh no, it's specifically the video games and porn. It's not. Do you know the groups of women? You ever hear a woman who won't say, who will say like, I'll never date a man who plays video games? What they mean to convey is, I don't want a man who plays video games for 8 hours a day. And that's funny because I don't care about that. I don't, because you know what the equivalent is? It's like if my partner came to me and say like, I don't want you sitting in your office for 8 hours a day. I'd be like, okay, first of all, it's my time on earth. I kind of want to do what I want. But also, are you saying that because it's coming at the expense of something? In that case, it's not the video games, is it? Because if let's say my partner was a hiker and my partner was out hiking every day for 8 hours a day and it was neglecting the family. Would you then say like, you know what? I wouldn't date people who hike. Or would you say, I would really like a present and active person in my life that would participate in making sure this family is joyful and stable and happy and all the good things? You know what I mean? It's just like when we have these conversations about like, I don't want a person like this. What you're saying is lifestyle. I don't want a person with this lifestyle. And I'm saying for some of us, we do, but also it looks like this. So I don't count how many hours a day my partner and I are on the computer. But if we notice something is going wrong, we'll say, what have we been spending our time on? Well, we'll look at the list of things we'll find the problem. But the problem shows up in the data. So obviously we have a problem in society, but we can't assume we know the answer and be like, porn, is it the porn or is it our relationship with porn? Right? Okay.
Telling grown women to treat adult men like puppies. Don't scare him. He's just a little puppy. Do you understand how insulting this is, asshole? Not just to women, but also to men. He is infantilizing half of the human race in order to justify why men can't handle rejection.
In the Middle Ages, or aristocratic Middle Ages.
Pause. Are you a historian? If I hear goddamn in the Middle Ages one more time for men with podcasts, that's what I mean. If I hear, girl, are you a historian? I stopped doing it too. As an autistic girly who likes things, I stopped doing it too. I'm not a historian, girls, okay? I don't know these things. Do not look at me as a point of authority. Are you a historian, Chris Williamson?
These would drop a handkerchief in front of a gentleman. Oh, mom. Oh, in 2025 in New York, there are women stealing Finance Bros salads, finding their names from the salad on Instagram and then messaging them and saying, sorry, I accidentally took your salad. Like, that's the 2025 equivalent of dropping the handkerchief.
I'm not in this bubble. I don't know what's happening. But when I suggest maybe a bubble with consent, and so if I was in this bubble, I'd say, hey, girl, stop stealing his salad and just go up to him and ask him for a date. She'd be like, no. I have to steal his salad. Okay, I don't know why I have to commit a crime. Just go up and ask for a date. So they would be like, no, Brittany. And I'm like, okay. But I feel like a healthy person would probably go up and just ask for a date. They'd be like, nah, that's crazy.
You like that guy and he's not approaching you? Maybe assume that he doesn't know that you like him.
He wants you to do the equivalent of dropping the handkerchief. like we're in a goddamn Jane Austen novel. He wants us to do this to signal to men that it is safe to approach. Because apparently in a post-Me Too world, men are too terrified to speak to a woman unless she's waving a white flag. Bro, please. Give me a fucking break.
Yeah, literally love her. Okay. I'm so, like, this is what I'm saying. Like, I understand coming to the internet and being like, what a fucking, like, loser, da 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 da. And I also understand that when we zoom out, it's really not about calling people losers, even though it feels fucking good and I love doing it. It really is about something deeper. Like, we're really in a meaning crisis, guys. Like, fuck the world. We're serious now. This is so much bigger than your little gender war. This is so much bigger than everything else. Like, people are fundamentally suffering so deeply because we're not introspecting. We're not doing the work. We cannot fathom that we are contributing to the bad in the universe. All of us are contributing. All of us. You know what I mean? So there's just like this problem. Oops, ignore that. There's just this problem that is happening. And we keep looking for quick solutions for it. And it is so much deeper and more. It's just such a big mess that I know it feels overwhelming to realize it. But that's why I say, like, start with yourself and go out. Okay? One more video and then we'll have a closing conversation about this.
Think is creepy.
It says, what makes someone creepy? And he's talking to a girl in a collaboration.
When someone doesn't, so what do we think is creepy? When someone doesn't read our empathic signals. When they don't give off empathic signals. Comfort in human relationships is about back and forth. So I send you this thing. Hey, Francesca, what are you doing later tonight? Yeah, you like it, don't you? Yeah, you want to see more? I know you're 24. Guess what? I'm 42. No! Do you like it when we inverse things? Do you like to be one way and I'm the other way? Like creepy as right?
Oh my
You're
God,
laughing. But that's creepy. So what's creepy about that? What's creepy is even though you're laughing, empathically, you're creeped the fuck out. And am I respecting that? Am I with you?
No.
Not at all.
No, you keep going.
I keep going. I don't care where you are. And any person, I hope to God you have video and you guys can, because my body language too, right? Like, hi, I'm Dr. K. Call me sometime, baby. I'm so fucking self-absorbed. I do not realize that what I do to you is repulsive.
So having that empathy and being able to read social cues.
100%. Body language, tone. And this is why everyone is turning into a creep, because when I communicate with people via text or a dating app or Discord, the parts of my brain that receive that information and the parts of my brain that transmit that information are not used. So what?
Okay. So this happens a lot, right? Men are afraid to approach women. Men are afraid of being made fun of. The dilemma, though, is that there is a lot of like social ineptness. People are inept in a bit, but it's not the way that you think, but it is kind of the way you think. Okay. He's right that we laugh uncomfortably. I do that. I laugh. I'm like, okay. And I'm like, yeah, I do this. I'm like, right? I do that. Ineptitude. Thank you. I do that. And then I realize I'm doing it because I feel unsafe. And I'm like, okay, see, I'm happy. Please leave me alone. Like, please go away. And that's the problem. So in their head, they're like, she's laughing. And they know men who are funny get laid. Men who are funny get girlfriends. Because we keep telling them we love a funny man. The dilemma is that I'm laughing because I'm literally scared. Please leave. And so it's like, okay. And then there's that disconnect. There's a disconnect between, oh, wait. And this creates a lot of this is why I say open and transparent communication is a little bit better. Just saying like, hey, I'm interested in you. You know what I mean? Can we talk about it, right? Discord said uncomfortable laughter isn't seen as a yes. The mask women wear for politeness is ignored. Okay, exactly. Men are, you said it so well. Yes, men as a whole are ignoring the fact that women have to wear polite masks. Because if we're not polite, going back to original chatter who said they were worried about men, the consequence might be death. If we are not polite to men, sometimes the consequence is death. And that causes all these men who are obsessed with evolutionary biology, psychology, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, I evolutionized myself into fearing enough to make a mask so I'm polite so you don't kill me. How's that for your evolutionary psychology, okay? So there's this whole part where the laughter is like, okay, like, Yes, Jess is the reporter on Live surrounded by creepy men comes to mind. 100%. video after video of women being just harassed by men, like yelled at, and the women have to be like, oh my God, be cool or they'll hate you. Man, you're no fun. Oh, she's ruining the mood. Like and that's why I say, like, I don't like group activities. Because I'm usually I'm the one, you know what I mean? So when we see Dr. K in a full scope of things, I think it's obvious to me that he is desperately trying to help one of the most neglected parts of society, which are incels, gamer boys, these men who are seriously socially suffering. And I'm saying I am not about to get in this man's way. And I really recommend women don't either. But I think you should continue to focus on the men that are the issue. Stephen Bartlett and often the people he platforms who are spreading a lot of misinformation. The Jordan Petersons, the Andrew Hubermans, like these men, the Andrew Tates, you should keep criticizing these men. But I think Dr. K, get out of his way, girl, because he's doing the Lord's work because I'm not going to do it myself, okay? This is the first part of the gender conversation I want to have, but tomorrow we have to have the other one because we didn't talk about queer people. We didn't talk about fluidity. We didn't talk about, well, what if I'm not just my body? What is really gender in the core self? So we're going to talk about that tomorrow. But see how we had to cover all this bullshit first? That is very real and impacting people's lives, but it feels kind of like bullshit when you get to the second part of the conversation. When you get to the second part of the conversation, it's going to feel like liberation. You're going to feel so light tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to feel so good, okay? I already got so many videos planned, so many things I want to show you. It's just going to feel so good. And that's the feeling I want you to have. And the same way that I want you to feel good approaching a woman because you're not worried about being Me Too'd, which, by the way, chat, is a dog whistle. When men say post Me Too era, if men say, oh, after Me Too, referencing Me Too as a negative, okay? Bad. Red flag. Me Too was a real phenomenon that didn't go far enough, in my opinion, and remember, was hijacked out of a black woman's hands into a white woman's microphone. Just a reminder, okay? And absolutely diluted, but absolutely necessary. Remember that. Remember the history of Me Too, okay? First started with a black woman standing up and saying, we got to do something. And what did it become? A white woman march with pussy hats. So what, are we just our genitals now? Are women just their genitals? Cool, girls. Well done. Look, we can have criticism for the way that march was held from a progressive lens, but it was needed as a cultural shift. We needed to have these conversations for real. It was really important. You know, it's very important. Okay. So we'll have that conversation tomorrow about gender. Also, guys, just a sneak preview into next week's podcast. If you haven't seen this week's podcast, Why Older Women Date Younger Men, please go check it out. The next podcast I'm doing, Why Conservatives Are More Likely to Be Predators. It's going to be so good. It's going to be great. I can't wait. I can't wait. Okay, I will see you guys tomorrow. Be kind to yourselves. Go watch Dr. K fully or don't. Honestly, girls, listen to me. If you watch Dr. K and you're not vibing, it's okay. Because listen, I'm not vouching for him. He's not my friend. I don't know him. Okay? But listen to me when I say this. It's okay to watch him and not like his content. That's okay. Okay? That's okay. You're not a bad person if you don't like his content. It's not for everybody, you know? Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Goodbye. Bye.